beautiful souls. Welcome to this reading, and we are going to be diving exactly and a lot more into what is really and truly blocking you from trusting your purpose. So just to be clear, before you guys start getting any ideas or skipping to select your pile. Purpose, what do I mean by that? Usually purpose, a lot of people tend to align that with ideology around career and life purpose, quote unquote. Purpose to me, at the end of the day, and I feel like everyone should really practice adopting this definition for purpose, is about the lesson, is about the experience, is about the wisdom, the knowledge that you are here to undergo in this life and gain and ripple out onto those around you. Okay? That is what purpose means to me. And we are here to uncover all of that together and also, more specifically, really understand what is blocking you from trusting this purpose in your lifetime, in this life experience, in this human experience. So that could be a fear-based conditioning, a narrative that you've been feeding your brain, an old story, or a belief system that maybe has been there for such a long time. Even if you don't identify with it, your brain is just so used to that it's become a subconscious thing that you're not even aware of. There could be a person that's holding you back in your life. There's so many different ways that this reading could go, right? But we're going to dive into all of it together. So today I actually felt very called while I was preparing the table and the setup for this video yesterday. I felt, I don't know why, when I was setting up the significator cards to help you guys select your pile, I did also feel extremely called to pull out a one card collective reading so we can really understand whoever ended up clicking on this video. Hello, it doesn't matter what pile you feel drawn towards. What matters is a card that we are going to pull out together to understand the collective theme on what is truly blocking you all from trusting your purpose. So we're going to see what the energy is here. And then we also got a back of the deck energy for the collective that ended up selecting this video for today's reading when I was selecting the significator cards. And this is really interesting. We actually ended up getting, for all of you guys, regardless of where you're coming from or what you're dealing with, look at this. We got the saboteur archetype. With the light attributes being highlights your fear of self-empowerment and the changes it would bring to your life. And the shadow attribute is induces self-destructive behavior or the desire to undermine others. What I find really, really intriguing about this is the fact that self-sabotage is kind of a given when we're doing readings like these. There is self-sabotage somewhere in the mix because you're having issues trusting where you're meant to go in life, what you're meant to do, what you're here to share. You know what I mean? And so the fact that you guys all receive saboteur just entices me. And the fact that scribe is sneaking out to reveal itself, it says preserving knowledge and information. You already know what you're here to do. Everyone, regardless of the pile that you're going to go to today, guys, I need to make it clear. You guys already know what this is. What purpose means to you is what we're going to be diving into. Does that make sense? But we are going to be getting specifics on that as well. So before I explain the overview of how we're going to be doing your reading today, just so I don't have to keep repeating it in all the piles that I'm going to do, we are going to go over the structure of how your reading is going to be dived into today. Hopefully Source doesn't have any tricks up their sleeve. We don't know that. We'll see. And, if everything runs according to plan, which it usually doesn't, but I'm still going to try, we're going to go down this in a very structured and organized way, just so you guys feel like you are moving along with me. And if you're taking notes, I do highly recommend always have something to write with and something to write on, because these readings tend to be very, very long. You guys know if you guys have been here for a while, and if you're not, welcome, beautiful soul. Hit the subscribe button if you want to join this beautiful community that's all about self-growth, self-empowerment, and healing. So let us get one card pull for the collective of, regardless of what pile you're going to feel drawn to dive into what's really blocking you from trusting your purpose. So what cards want to come out? Oh, we got two actually. Interesting. So we actually have, and the back of the deck, interesting, Page of Pentacles with the back of the deck with the crystal pyrite coming through, and the affirmation, I am open to opportunities for personal growth. Wow. Okay. I love this. Why? This shows to me that whoever ended up selecting this video, hi, I'm proud of you. Why? These readings are hard to look at. These readings are hard to listen to. These readings help call you out, okay? You know what I mean? In the most trauma-informed way that I possibly can, but also in the most direct way that Source wants me to deliver the downloaded messages as to you. So that is beautiful. This shows to me that you're open to growth. You're open to hear whatever's coming through. And we also did get the Two of Swords with the Devil card coming through. So the affirmations at the bottom, it says, whatever I decide, I trust in the outcome and I am free of whatever is holding me back. And these are the energies, the affirmations that you are meant to, like, you're being nudged every time like a affirmation comes out with these cards in this type of tarot. It's a nudge to overcome the issues associated with each card. The fact that you got the Devil and the Two of Swords, it's about self-sabotage again with this energy coming out. It's about somebody, all of you, whoever ended up selecting this video, just know that you are in the right place at the right time. There's a reason why you ended up coming to this video and this reading in general. There is definitely something here that we're going to be looking at, and it does show to me with the Two of Swords that every single individual pile is going to be uniquely their own experience, their own story. I will try my very, very best to channel everything as universally resonant as I can. What that means is that I know every single person that is here has different issues going on, okay? I'm not expecting you all to have the same situation. And if that is the case, like, whoa, that's kind of trippy, but that would trip me the F out, but I don't think that's the case for most people. And because of that, I do try, when I channel and allow Source to come through, I try to dissect it in a way and deliver it in a way that you can easily plug in the things that resonate for you and leave what doesn't, okay? So with that being said, I think that this little reading I just did for whoever ended up clicking on this video just comes to show how strong of an issue this has been going on for whoever ended up clicking on this video. I think this really confirms that what we're about to dive into together is going to be massive. And not only that, but the fact that you did get Saboteur as the back of the deck energy when I was selecting the piles, the cards to actually be the images for the thumbnail of this video, guys. There's no coincidences when we're doing readings. There's no coincidences when we're trying to connect to Source. This is all meant to be. And what's actually intriguing to me is I never bring up my little googly eye crystal. And I just felt, look at it, it's so cute. I felt so called to for you guys today. I have no clue why. I think that there needs to be a little bit more playfulness in your life. And not only that, but I did feel extremely called to bring forward my garnet crystals. So I do believe that there's going to be a lot of cutthroat energy. I might want to do a trigger warning before we start diving in. Some people might get very, very triggered with the things that are going to get downloaded. But remember, this is all meant to help you grow, meant to help you see things from different angles, different perspectives that you would not be able to see on your own if you didn't have someone else delivering it for you in a different way. All right. And that's why Source led you to this video. So before we dive in and before I encourage you to go to the pile that you feel most drawn towards, let me just give you a rundown on how this reading is going to be done today. So the very first thing that we're going to be looking at is what you are here to do specifically or share in this life experience. The second thing we're going to be looking at is what is blocking you from trusting that thing that we unravel in the first part. So what is blocking you from being able to trust the purpose? Thirdly, where this blockage is playing out in your life, so we can get some more specifics. And then we're gonna look at the next aligned step you are being called to start taking to begin trusting this purpose moving forward today, basically, and onwards. So we're gonna look at all that, and then obviously at the very end, we're gonna get some final messages from Source, from Spirit, for you to walk away from this reading. So not only do you get clarity, but you also get practical steps, you get grounded messages, and you get things that you can hold on to moving forward in your life. So lastly, too, before we dive in as well, just wanna make it clear, the color that I ended up selecting for each of the piles energetically, I ended up selecting the color purple for pile number 1, because we're going to be using my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet here. I will get more into specifics on why I believe I channeled each of the colors. So I'm just saying for pile number 1, we got purple. For pile number 2, we have orange. And lastly, for pile number 3, we have like a beigey gold color. So those are the colors we got for everyone. And we have pile number 1 with warrior, pile number 2 with beggar, and pile number 3 with healer. So take a moment just to settle down in your body, taking an inhale through the nose if you haven't already found your center yet. And exhaling it out with an HA sound out the mouth, allowing the shoulders to wash down, the breath wash down the spine, and whatever bones are connected to the earth root down a little bit deeper, and continuing to breathe at your own pace. Focusing and allowing yourself to connect to wherever your center might be today, whether that be your belly, your throat, your chest, your heart space, your pelvis, wherever that center is, connecting to that now in your breath, and really tuning in to your higher self in this moment to find the pile that you know is meant for you, that is meant to deliver the messages that are meant for you in terms of what is blocking you from being able to trust your true purpose in this human experience. And whenever you are ready, I will meet you at the pile you have chosen. I'll meet you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that allowed you to select this pile, the beautiful warrior archetype with the light attributes being strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will, heroism, stoicism, and self-sacrifice and conquering the ego, then you already know that this is your reading in regards to what is blocking you from fully being able to trust your purpose right now. So what's really interesting is when I ended up selecting your significator card to help you select this pile number one, you actually ended up getting 2 cards. But what's even more interesting, I don't know if you noticed, but I skipped over the shadow attribute, and there is a reason for that. And the reason for that is because this card, when I ended up getting your significator card, came upright. And this, I don't even know how that fell, but this is the second card that came out for you when I ended up getting your significator card when I was shuffling, and it came out in reverse. And that shows to me that Source is telling us, hey, this is the light attribute, but here is the shadow attribute. It's meant to be read as the shadow here. So block this shadow attribute with this card and apply the shadow attribute in this card to that. Ignore the light attribute here and apply the light attribute to that. Does that make sense? So it's interesting. We got warrior and damsel. 2 very, very polarizing energies. So we have damsel and warrior. Damsel did come out in reverse. So what we're going to do is we are going to black this and read it like this. Does this make sense? So your light attribute, strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will, heroism, stoicism, and self-sacrifice and conquering the ego. Shadow attribute, waiting for a knight to provide for you, seduction by romantic illusion. Okay. So there's already a lot of things coming through, obviously. It's self-explanatory. But not only that, I'm going to block the shadow attribute with this card, like this, with my bronzite crystal wand. But not only that, there is a lot of energy here of Source, I believe, wanted this to be a significator card because they're showing you the potential that lies what you're meant to do, but this is what keeps getting in the way. So I'm going to read it like that for now. Obviously, we have a lot more cards we're going to be looking at today, and specifically, I think plugging this in to the first question that we're going to be diving into right now is going to help us a lot more. So before we dive into that, I just want you guys to keep in mind, I have multiple decks of cards all around me, and you guys cannot see it because I purposely zoom in so you guys can't see the mess. Because of that, I want to let you know I'm really going to just let Source channel through me today and just give full organic and raw permission because of eclipse season while I am filming this. This is a timeless reading, want to make that clear. But while I am filming, it is eclipse season. The reason why I want to let this be as raw and organic as possible, I'm going to let Source guide me to the decks that Source wants me to use for each of the individual areas we're going to be diving into today. And for you guys specifically, I feel like that's important for you guys. So I feel like there is a lot of importance that is going to come through in your messages today that you're going to get. I do feel like there is going to be a trigger warning coming through, or like I'm just picturing, I don't know why, but it feels like I'm foreseeing something. Like one of you guys, pile number one, or all of you are going to get really pissed off at something I'm going to say. Or maybe just seeing this card pisses you off. Seeing the shadow attribute pisses you off. There's something here that's going to get you mad. So I'm I don't know why Source wanted me to say that in advance. I guess they wanted you to be prepared to make sure you keep taking deep breaths while you're getting those hard hit of downloads and messages coming through. There's going to be things that are going to be hard to hear. Source is saying breathe through them, ground yourself through them, come back to something where that is tangible. And the reason why I say breath is because that is a tangible thing. You're inhaling things into your lungs and you're exhaling things out into the world and your surroundings. You know, try to focus on inhaling calmness and exhaling calmness. You know, maintain that auric energy around you as much as you're trying to breathe it in. You know, allow yourself to integrate the messages that are going to come through because they're going to be hard for good reason. Things that are worth it in life are meant to be hard at first. Okay? Remember, where there is fear, there's growth. Where there's discomfort, there's newness. And you can't have one without the other. So I just applaud you for showing up today. With that, let me just get into it. I really just let the energy guide my hand when I select the marker colors for each of the decks. You guys did get like a violet-y purple, and this purple really just reminds me of the crown chakra. This is giving me straight off the bat the ideology of the shadow side of the crown chakra, which is all about attachment. Attachment, attachment, attachment. Not to mention the collective reading for everyone that ended up selecting this video came with the Devil and the Two of Swords, and you have the Saboteurs, the back of the deck, and the Page of Pentacles. It's like you're aware of it, but you don't want to admit it to yourself. And there is a little bit of an addictive energy here. So I believe that with the purple marker, there's also this idea of knowing what's for the greater good of you. You already are aware of it. Like, I feel like you know what the right answers are in this situation, but you don't want to tell yourself the truth. It feels like there's an avoidance, or like you're stuck in some sort of cycle, but you're choosing to stay stuck in it. But you also aren't choosing because you don't want to be in it, but I'm also hearing that you can't help yourself. I don't know. It's like there's two sides of you, pile number one. It feels very like controversial energy. Like one side of you is like, no, like it's comfier here. And the other side of you is like, yes, but like this isn't good for me. And I'm tired and I'm mad and I'm exhausted. And it's like, what? But you just been stuck in this battle, this back and forth energy internally for like such a long time that it gets exhausting. And I think you exhaust yourself to the point where it's hard to get out because it's like easier to just stay because of how like mentally exhausting it is to go back and forth too. Does that make sense? So that's another thing coming through. But let us get into this. So we're going to be using my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet here. We're going to pull out a natal chart placement that wants to come through to help us understand specifically what you are here to do. And then we're also going to be pulling my Mother Peace Tarot cards as well as my Celtic Spirit Oracle cards as well for this specific question. So let us get a natal chart placement first. So what is it that pile number one is here to do? What is it that pile number one is here to do? Okay, so we ended up getting Mars and Aquarius with the keyword rebellion in the 11th house, Mars being the suit of action. And Aquarius is about principles and humanity. So here's the imagery of the card. Oh, Mars and Aquarius. Ooh, Mars and Aquarius. I got lots to say about this placement. I got personal experience with it. I do not have a Mars and Aquarius, but I know people that do. Okay, so let us read the description for the picture for this card. A walled fortress town sits solid and secure beneath dark and brooding clouds. Above, a young warrior challenges with his sword two giant bearded nobles symbolizing tradition and established authority. Wow. Young warrior. The fact that the word warrior is in your description, guys, I'm just, okay. We're starting off this video with a bang, I see. A bang of a reading. Okay, so we got the 11th house, Mars in Aquarius, keyword rebellion. I feel called to read this part, like the personal meaning of Mars and Aquarius, because I feel like there's something specific in here that we got to pull out from it. So we're going to go ahead and do that together. So it says, for the personal part, freedom of action is of utmost importance to Mars Aquarians. Rarely following old methods blindly, people with this planet or sign combination do things their way, which is probably in a quite innovative and unorthodox style. Mars Aquarians happily expend their energies on the new, novel, and scientific, and have a natural talent with gadgets, which could develop into genuine inventive talent. However it goes, Mars Aquarians will invent something. The company of friends is of enormous importance to people with this aspect, and they are more likely to be strong, energetic, and male, willing supporters too. People described by this card are probably not quiet when it comes to showing their discontent with outmoded or unfair social attitudes, and it is hard to find Mars Aquarians who do not have a good humanitarian cause to battle for. The Mars Aquarians' oddball outlook on life makes it easy for them to examine anything established or traditional to see whether its rules and regulations are still viable. They are rarely afraid to express views that are not the norm and show great courage in following their beliefs against all odds in order to overturn a situation which they believe is unfair or illogical. Okay. Well, I just want to make it clear. That sounds like we're rereading the light attributes of the warrior archetype. Do we not all agree with that, guys? Because I think we can confidently say that. Secondly, you receiving Mars and Aquarius. I'm going to zoom this in just slightly for you guys to be able to take notes, okay? Hopefully you guys can see the letters a little bit better. And then I'm going to zoom out as we get more cards on the table. There we go. Hopefully that helps. So we did get the word warrior a lot. And not only that, but this is instantly reminding me of someone being stuck in a marriage and refusing to admit that they feel trapped because they were trained to not leave those types of connections. It's a big deal. Or some sort of commitment. This doesn't even need to be about a person. It could be the need to wait for someone. Like, okay, this is interesting. What you're here to do, I want to make it very clear, is you following your heart. I believe without a doubt, you can literally fight me on this in the comments, guys. I believe without a doubt that the best and most strongest and most successful warrior of all is the one that has the biggest heart and the best warrior. Like, I'm talking about a warrior that is like good, not like for bad intentions. But they have to have the biggest heart. The reason why I say this is because I feel like the best warriors follow their hearts to the T. And that's why they're called warriors, because they fight. They fight and fight, and they don't stop for nothing if they know that that thing is aligned with what is for their morals and their ethics and their beliefs, what they believe is just. And they fight for the goodness of others and for themselves. They fight for the things that they know need to be fought. And so whether it makes sense to those around them or not, they fight. That's a warrior. And they go with their heart. And sometimes the heart might feel illogical. And that's why, like, they're more of a warrior rather than like a judge or like a different type of archetype. At least that's how I see it. Because warrior energy is so raw. It's like Wands energy, right? Passion, vitality, fire element. Leo, Sagittarius, Aries. Aries is like full-on warrior fighter. But warriors can also be fairly immature because I feel like the younger the warrior, the stronger the heart to begin. Because of that, it does show to me that what you're here to do is to go against the status quo of some kind, something huge, something big that you were taught. I'm hearing trained, and I don't like that word. Trained, damn. Conditions, maybe? I'm just gonna let the words come out. That you were trained to believe in for a very long time. I don't know if you guys went to like Catholic school or like there was some sort of big rigidity that you were forced to see black and white in that you're starting to question. And what you're here to do is to start listening to that curious side of you that's questioning things, because there's something there that you know is missing in your heart that you want to go find, but you feel like it's wrong of you to go try and do it. Let's get more clarity on this too to continue going, because this is something that does piss you off. Like maybe you've seen or heard stories. I don't know. I'm hearing this feels so unfair. And what does intrigue me a little bit too There is fear on both ends. There's fear on wanting to go align with the purpose, and there's fear on not, like, on staying the same and not doing anything about it. And that's why I think that seesaw energy was coming through, because you really are like afraid of what happens if you stay in this, because you don't know what you're going to do to yourself. And I hate that feeling. Like, I really feel like a lot of you guys are dealing with some mental health things. Like, there is a lot of, it feels like you're putting everything on the table just to stay where you're at right now. But you also feel like you're going to put everything out on the table in a different way, is what I'm hearing, if you were to go do what your heart's asking you to do right now. Let's get some more information here. So what is it that pile number 1 is here to do, regardless of when they click on this video? Okay, so back of the deck energy, we did get 3 cards. Back of the deck energy we have here, I think these 2 wanted to come through, is the Sun of Discs, which is the, let me make sure, I think this is the, hold on. Oops, Sun, Ace. I'm trying to make sure that that is the page. Hold on a second, guys. Oh, this is the Knight. Okay, sorry. We have the Knight of Pentacles with the 4 of Cups as the back of the deck energy. This is very, like, this is showing to me your current state right now, pile number 1. You know what you're meant to do. I can't make that any more clear. Like, that is just such a strong knowing. Like, sources, like, they know what they need to do. You know what you need to do. And the cards that, I'm going to keep going into that, guys, but I just wanted to show you guys the cards so my ADHD doesn't go, let's just dive right in. Okay. We got, in case y'all like to see the colors and the pictures, because I like to see all those pretty things too. We got the Shaman of Swords, which I believe is the King of Swords in this deck. We have the 2 of Swords. Wow, coming out again. Remember, I did that little mini tiny reading at the beginning for all the people that selected this video. So we got the umbrella understanding of what all the piles are going to be about. We got the 2 of Swords. 2 of Swords coming out again for you guys is a confirmation of how strong that collective reading was, and it's putting emphasis on it. And then we got the High Priestess. Okay, this is literally logic versus intuition. What you think you should do versus what you know you should do. I'm going to repeat that because those are big things. What you think you should do versus what you know. What you know, pile number 1, you should do. So, what do I mean by that? You know that you can't stay where you are anymore. You know that it's damaging to you and your mental health. You know that this isn't what you deserve. You know that there is no peace. Okay, this is where it kind of sucks. Okay, this is the, bittersweet. I'm going to be straight up, okay? I don't know why that came out of my mouth so, like, aggressively, but I guess source channeling, I'm very direct and brutally honest, very straightforward when I do these readings for you guys. Guys, please don't take anything I'm saying to, like, this is what Bridget's saying to me, aka Ahimsa. My name's Bridget, but my business is Ahimsa. See it as source channeling, okay? Source wants me to deliver things very specifically for you guys, so I'm just letting it come through. Okay, there we go. Just needed to preface. You know that there is no peace on either decision you make. Whether you continue to stay in the same situation, whether you decide to move forward and do the thing that you know you're meant to do and you're being called, nudged to do, you know that there's going to be no peace. There's a but here, though. It's weird. I don't know how to explain this, guys. I'm not going to try to explain it. I'm going to let source say it. There is peace in both situations because your mind's finally going to get like a break. Does that make sense? A break from going the back and forth. But it's like a false sense of peace for one of them. And then the other one has more peace, but it's when you stick with that decision over time and you obviously know that's the one that your inner knowing is like, I know I need to do. you know you need to do this for a reason. What you're here to do right now and in this purpose, in this life experience, pile number one, I don't know what you're going through specifically. Obviously, it hinted at maybe a love situation you feel trapped in. This can even be an addiction. Because when I think about the shadow attribute, waiting for a knight to provide for you, seduction by romantic illusion, I think of rose-tinted glasses. I think of Neptunian energy. I think of Pisces energy. I think of the wounded version of Pisces. And what I mean by that, Piscean energy, 12th house energy, Neptunian energy is very ethereal, very illusionary, very rose-tinted glasses energy. Rose-tinted glasses energy can help you romanticize your life, yes, but it can also help you not look at the things that are really draining you, that are really hurting you, because you keep trying to come up for explanations for X, Y, and Z instead of just being brutally honest with yourself about what you know is really happening. And sometimes I really believe, guys, that we are a lot, like all of us on this planet, we're a lot smarter than we realize. Sometimes you got to remember, you are your own worst critic. You will always intentionally or unintentionally dumb yourself down to a certain point, when in reality, you know you can exceed that like limit or that definition you define yourself as in terms of like what you're capable of. Does that make sense? Like, we're always more capable than we realize because we are our own worst inner critic. So we're always going to be the most self-limiting. Does that make sense? So, and I'm talking about someone who's insecure. At least that's what I'm sensing from this pile. With that being the case, what you're here to do, pile number one, is to show people, oh, you got 1111. Oh, that's so trippy. So this is the number 2 major arcana high priestess, and we have the 11th house number right next to the 2 in Roman numerals. So I believe this is 1111. This is about a new beginning. Okay, wow, confirmation. That's crazy. You're here to show people something. I don't know what you're doing, what you're here to, like what the specific situation is that this reading is implying. Pile number one, you need to, like, you could tell me in the comments, but I would love to know. I'm always here. You guys can see I respond to everyone. But what I am seeing here is like what you do once you decide to do it, because I feel like you're eventually going to do this, guys. Like, High Priestess is about inner knowing. Like, you aren't going to be able to hold on much longer. So, in the situation you're in, this is showing to me that you are meant to literally be like a prime example of what it looks like to listen to yourself, to trust yourself, to trust that knowing. And you're going to show that to people in your surroundings. Okay, I'm going to say it because this kept coming through since I started. Something about friends, people in your immediate circle, in your inner circle, or maybe even your slightly outer circle. I don't know how you see like your social life and like how you rank people in the circles, I guess. But pile number one, it does feel like there's something to do with another person that isn't romantically connected with you. And you're going to like show them something, or they're showing you an example of something that you know you don't want to do to yourself. I don't know. There's something here with the person that keeps like, they either like inspire you or you're inspiring them, or like what they're stuck in situation wise scares you and like you don't want to end up like that. Or I don't know, like there's something here with another person that isn't romantically intertwined with you. And, or maybe people, I don't know. Maybe it's generational. This could also be generational trauma, like you trying to break free from something. Like you're showing some type of people or person the way while with what you're meant to do. Like you're meant to be a leader. Like you're meant to be the pioneer, the one who takes that step, the one who takes that risk. And I do see it taking time. Yeah, this is going to take time. I feel that you're meant to do it in a way that is intelligent. And what I mean by intelligent, that sounds weird. With intelligent, I mean like planned out, practical, steadily. Like you could take baby steps to do it in a way that others haven't, is what I'm hearing, in a way that shows you're serious. So yourself mentally, you're signing out slowly to the situation you feel stuck in. But you're doing it in a way that just like someone can see it from the outside and they're like, oh, it makes sense. Like it makes sense how they're doing it. I don't know how that, it's like practical. The way you're doing it is practical and it's smart. That's the only way that source wants me to explain it, I guess. So let me get one more clarifier card here so we can plug in any further information. So for what you are here to do. So what is it that pile number one is here to do? What is it that pile number 1 is here to do? Okay. We got the pentagram with the number 27, which adds to the number 9, which is all about learning, growth, Sagittarius energy, an adventurer person who doesn't settle for less. Let's just make that clear. We have protection, balance, and unity. Okay, I feel called to read the booklet. I feel like there is something there that wants to come through before we move forward. So let me get the booklet out. All right, pentagram number 27. Okay. So when you draw this card, is asking you to find balance and unity within your life. Where are you out of balance, and what do you need in order to bring back harmony? Are you too fiery and quick to anger? Maybe you're lacking motivation or the fire to achieve what you desire. Are your emotions flowing like the water element that they are? Are you holding back tears, or do they keep flooding out? Maybe you're feeling a bit scattered and need some grounding, or perhaps you are lacking guidance and need to work with spirit more. Have you become rigid and need to be more fluid like air and move more? When we bring things back to a simple approach of looking for what is not balanced, we can begin to seek out for ourselves that which will bring back balance to our lives. Call on the element you need to help you. Go in search of where the elements reside. Seek out a natural creek, the sea, a lake, garden, and get your bare feet on the earth. Light a fire, a candle, or keep warm. Seek out places where you can be in the wind and ask for it to take your cares away or help you to be more flexible. The pentagram can also signify that a union is here or awaits you. The pentagram should always be seen as a symbol of positivity. And if you are in need of protection, the pentagram is your symbol. Okay. Protection, balance, and unity. Okay. So what you're here to do is to show people what it looks like to listen to your inner knowing. You're here to show people what it looks like to find that harmonious state between like the mind and the intuition, or the logic and the intuition, the logic and the inner knowing, like marrying those two things together to go get the outcome that you're seeking. And understanding that these things obviously are not easy, but there's a reason why. There is a reason why you're here to do it. Pile number 1. You're here to show that to people. Maybe some of you guys were brought up in a situation in life that was extremely harsh, extremely hard, that you had to become and build resilience for. It made you adaptable, it made you quick on your feet. Maybe those are things that you never wished for, but I'm going to be very brutally honest, and I think this is where the first stinger is going to feel. This is how Source wants me to channel, and I'm giving full permission to Source. Let things come out of my mouth. I need to be real with you guys. Yes, maybe you didn't want it, but no one ever wishes for these things. We never have an opportunity to make a wish upon a star before we come onto earth and be like, this is the life that I want to have. Okay? If that was the case, we would all be singing Kumbaya right now and hallelujah. Okay? With that, we need to find discernment and understanding and give ourselves the clarity that we seek when we are feeling like we're suffering in the situations that we were put into. Without plan, without choice. I want to tell you straight up, pile number 1, there is a reason for it. And if you don't think that you don't understand that, maybe me saying there is a reason for it pisses you off. Because for some reason I keep feeling like some of you guys are like, screw you. Like, I hate when people say that. It's true. But if that pisses you off right now, maybe you haven't been giving yourself enough moment to ground, connect to your center, connect to your inner knowing, to reflect enough, to go into your inner world, journey into your inner world enough to connect to the reason. So you have yet to find it out. But maybe this is the step that you are here to take and do, to embody and align with, because that is the step that's going to help you understand the why. You know, maybe there's an area in your life that's suffering. I'm hearing, I don't know why, like because of what the situation is that you're in, there's another area that isn't aligned with this area that's like also suffering, but that area is going to stop suffering once you make the decision and once you do what you're here to do, which is to break away from it. Break away from the status quo, break away from what you know is in your head, for some reason, was drilled into your head morally correct of you. Like, let that SHIT go. But let's continue looking. because I am so curious, pile number one, to understand, like, I already kind of gave us some idea on what's blocking you from trusting it, but I want to keep putting things together. So let me just move these cards here, and we're going to put the garnet up there and see with more cards what is blocking you from trusting this ability. So since we got the Mars and Aquarius, let us get a natal chart placement for what is blocking you. So we're gonna flip this paper over. Again, that's why I tell you guys to take notes, because I clear my table, guys. So, ew, I hate how I said that sound. I am so sorry. That made me cringe. I just want to make that clear. I was like, that sounded so snobby. That sounded so prestigious. Is that the right word? I don't even know if that's a word. Guys, this is why I'm a facilitator for deep healing, because I was not meant to be a teacher. Or at least in a way I am a teacher, but like for healing. Okay, sorry. Ew, I did it again. I'm going to continue. I think the Venus in Leo transit that we're going through is like really highlighting my Venus and Leo. I'm a Venus and Leo in the 12th house, just so in case you guys didn't know. I'm actually a Leo stellium in the 12th house. Leo, Sun, Venus. I mean, Sun, Moon, and Venus all in the 12th house of Leo. Okay, let's do this. So, what is blocking pile number one from trusting what they are here to do? What's blocking pile number one from trusting what they are here to do? That was quick. And this has never happened before. Yet, at least in my videos in my channel. You got Mars and Aquarius with rebellion again. And for some reason, I think there's a reason. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay. I believe it's because it's adding emphasis to the description when we read, above a young warrior challenges with his sword two giant bearded nobles, symbolizing tradition and established authority. Who are you challenging? There is something like kind of being repeated, because Aquarius is like an 11th house energy, is about the collective. It's about humanitarian efforts. It's about humanity as a whole. It's about innovation. It's about eccentricity. It's about uniqueness, being the black sheep of the family. Uranus. But Aquarius is also aligned with the energy of Saturn, I think. Is it Saturn? I think it's Saturn. Well, they are the water bearer. And, okay, I think I'm understanding this. You want to do it, but what's also blocking you is this fear. Like, at the end of the day, you don't care what everyone thinks, but like deep down, you kind of do. Deep down. I don't know. I'm hearing, like, I'm picturing someone has a self-sabotaging tendency of like being like, I'm right or you're wrong. But then they're like, am I really right? But they do it like deep down, like in an area inside themselves where no one can hear him question it. And it creates a little bit of like delusion, that illusion energy, that Neptunian energy. And so you still doubt, and like you're looking for somebody to kind of give you the affirmation, because the second someone agrees even a little bit, it helps you want to keep doing it. Or there's like a fear of like rejecting authority in your life, or like what feels correct. Again, there's the Two of Swords, so it's indecision. There's a back and forth here. That's why I said it felt like there's going to be a lack of peace on both ends, to be honest. But let's continue. Well, it's just so interesting. We got the same natal chart placement for what's blocking you. It's like the thing that you're here to do is that, but the wounded version of Mars and Aquarius is what's shining out right now. That's blocking you. So what is blocking pile number one from trusting what they're here to do? So we have the heart chakra with the keyword growth. Back of the deck wants to come through. Oh my God, that's crazy. We have back of the deck complacency with the root chakra. Exactly what I was saying. That's insane. So we have two very different energies. And plants are being very prevalent in both. For some reason, my head, like looking at this, I don't know if you could see this little like leaf. This is reminding me of a snake plant, and snake plants are hard to kill. They can die, like you can still kill them. Just saying that, I've done it. But it was fungus gnats, guys. But anyways, for some reason it's showing me like the ability to stand and continue to grow past the harsh like environment. But it's really, really hard. And what I find really fascinating with this is, wow, the meaning is crazy. Like there's so many hidden details. I don't know if you can see it, but it says this is a ripped up ticket, like a ticket that got ripped in half to go somewhere. And she's crying. It's like she just sacrificed. And the back of the deck, or the card underneath the deck, underneath this card of the back of the deck is the crown chakra of rejection. So this really shows to me how this is being held back. And this also continues to instill that there is a person here, guys. That keeps coming through. I'm going to pull out a Prism Oracle card, and depending on what is coming through, and depending if I keep getting that nudge that there is a person, we're going to pull out some tarot here too. What is blocking pile number 1 from trusting what they are here to do? Oh my gosh. Okay. We got peace, but it came out sideways. And it landed on top of the pentagram card. Balance, protection, unity. The real peace is once you begin to listen to your inner knowing, because adding, again, 7 and 2 is 9. And number 9 is about like individuation and autonomy and like learning from your wisdom, learning from your lessons, but still choosing to listen to where your heart's trying to take you at the end of the day, where your desires are, but the healthy ones, your heart's deepest desires, let me make that clear. Because that's where the peace will grow. You already know what you are meant to do. And this is going to give you so much relief. But what's blocking you too might actually be this false sense of comfort, this false sense of peace that you think you have if you continue to stay where you're at. Like, it's just, I'm hearing it like it might just be easier to keep doing things the way you've been. And that could be like feeding into this narrative, this Neptunian energy, like keeping a veil over your head. And that could be actually the thing that's blocking you from being able to trust it, because you think like, oh my gosh, I'm even hearing for you, some of you guys, pile number 1 might be saying, this is helping me grow because this is a hard situation. Are some of you guys like staying in this fire and letting yourself get burned alive basically repeatedly because you can't die in it? I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say. Because you believe that this is something that you're meant to experience in this lifetime. Like, have you like trained yourself to believe, oh my gosh. And I feel like some of you guys might have like some sort of religious trauma too. Not everyone. It just really feel like I'm hearing God put me in this situation because God knew I can handle it. And so I am here to help, blah, blah, blah. I am here to learn from this, like, blah, blah. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, pile number 1, you create your destiny through the choices you make. You create your fate through the choices you make along the way. See, this is why I do these readings, guys, because I call myself an optimistic realist. Because I'm realistic, but I'm also an optimist. But to marry those two things are, I think, really hard things to do. Being logical, but also being positive, that's marrying opposites, right? And here, there is just so much trying to give yourself the emotional fulfillment in the situation you're in, but it's fake. It's short term. It's short lived. It's you trying to justify your reasoning for staying where you're at because you know that this is the righteous choice. I don't know why you think like you're a warrior for the wrong reasons. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm gonna get my Santa Muerte tarot deck and get some more cards. So, what is blocking pile number 1 from trusting what they're here to do? What is blocking pile number 1 from trusting what they're here to do? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. No clue how many cards I got. This card wants to come here. Back of the deck we have here is the strength card. Yeah, like you're being a warrior for the wrong reasons. Right now, where you're at, you're embodying this warrior archetype because you know, I don't even know, guys. It just feels like you think this makes you like stronger, which it kind of does, but it's not like what is actually the strongest, most warrior like decision to make. Like choosing to just stick in it, even though it's painful at moments and it's really hard, you think that makes you stronger than being the person to say, you know what, like I'm gonna do what I know is best for me, what I know I should do right now, and go do that thing. Because that's what actually makes me a warrior in the end. Like it feels like you're trying to sort of gaslight yourself into thinking that this is the best decision for you when you know it isn't. Okay, so these are two significator cards, I believe, that came out. What that just means is like the overlying theme of the cards that I just pulled out. So we have, let me make sure this wants to go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is upright. We have the 10 of Pentacles, wow, and the Star. What's blocking you from trusting this? Okay. The two most inspirational, hopeful, happy, go lucky energies. Okay. And this is about legacy too, and generational stuff and familial things. So maybe this is ancestral as well. Like maybe this is something that's running your family. That's a like thinking that you can't walk away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We have 8 cards. This one wants to start first. I got a lot of things to dive into here, but I'm going to reveal all the cards first and then we'll just dive straight into it. That way we can move through this quickly. All right. First card we have is the 3 of Cups. Oh my God. Yep. People, 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 people. This is confirmation of people. Okay. 3 of Cups. Next up, these pictures are so cool. We have the 5 of Pentacles. I'm already getting something coming through, but I want to really just let all the cards come out first. Okay. Next up, we have the World's card. And then we also have the Knight of Cups. Oh my gosh. Okay. These 4 cards are going to reveal to us where this block is playing out in your life. I feel like that is what these cards are for. And then obviously we're going to get more cards on the table to continue to embody and understand where the block is playing out in your life. But let us stop here and I need to just say this straight up, guys. What's blocking you is a lot of different things. It's this energy, this sense of false hope you keep putting into the situation. You keep thinking that it's gonna change. I feel like I have said this in a lot of my videos back to back lately for my pick a card. So if you guys have been here, subscribed to my channel for a while, and you've been like selecting piles where I keep saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again multiple times and expecting a different outcome or result, you know that this reading is for you. I just wanted to say that because that has been coming through like crazy, I think, in my readings that I've been recording for the last couple of weeks. But that's exactly what it feels like. That you think because I feel like there is a person involved or whatever it is. Maybe there's people involved because you might be in a relationship. Maybe it's your parents and you're in a major and you're doing something that you don't want to do, but they want you to do it. I'm trying to give you guys so many different possibilities on how to plug this in. I'm just hoping that you guys are going to be able to just do it on your own because obviously you know the situation you're in. So I just need you to plug in the information and make it make sense for you. Does that make sense? Okay. So, because I'm not going to give myself a brain headache trying to share all the possible situations you're in.
I'm just letting source download and share with me what's coming through. So one of the things that's blocking you from trusting it is this sense of false hope you keep putting into the situation that's going to get better, that this is teaching you and your future, I don't know, like in your future and your future resilience. This is showing to you this is what true strength is. This is, you're like trying to be a prime example of strength, and it's like, what? Like, strength is choosing the thing that is the hardest, not just sticking through it because you think that that's the cards you're dealt and that's it. And there's this feeling of that, and this feeling that people keep re-implementing that ideology in your head, like this is it, like this is the end, like this is what it is, and you got to make the best of it. And no, come on, pile number one. No, 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 flipping no. I feel like so many people preach that in the spiritual community and just spiritual, religious community, regular spiritual, woo-woo, whatever the F it is that you're hearing this BS from, guys. No. Pile number one, if you really want it, if you really want to make a difference, if you really want to, I'm like trying so hard not to cuss, guys. I feel like there's so much anger in you guys, and I'm like channeling it. And it's repressed anger. It's this anger that has not been birthed fully yet. This is anger that has not come to the surface yet. This is anger that you have swallowed. Every time someone or something or the situation you're in has pissed you off, you have swallowed it and just threw it somewhere in the back of your head, in your heart space. And I just want to make it clear, like, you are a trooper. Like, I know that you are in some way, shape, or form a warrior, but you are not the quote unquote warrior. You are not the person, the energy that you are meant to be right now, that you are meant to do, that you're meant to share, that you're meant to show the world that is possible. Because at the end of the day, I believe in all my hearts of hearts, pile number one, as humans, our biggest responsibility for the people that come before us, the people that come after us, and moving forward, we are meant to be here to evolve and grow in some way, shape, or form. Evolve, though. To evolve and grow are two different things. Grow can mean so many different things to people. Grow can mean growing where you're planted and thinking that you can uproot yourself later and go find emotional fulfillment and still grow at the same time. I feel like you're in that situation or in that ballpark right now. You think that you have to deal with what God's given you. Does that make sense? Like the cards you're dealt, deal with what's on your plate. Like, I don't know. And that's a load of BS because this is very freaking tiring. And I'm telling you right now that life can be so much more enjoyable instead of just dealing, quote unquote, with the cards that you're dealt with. What's blocking you from trusting what you're meant to do is this idea that this is what you have, this is what you got, this is as good as it's gonna get. I gotta deal and just make the best out of the situation. Guys, if your heart of hearts is telling you that that's not what you know you're meant to do right now, that you know that you have dreams, you have visions, you have gut feelings telling you there's more to this, listen to it because it's trying to help you get closer to a dream. It's trying to help you get closer to the deeper desires, not just the surface level ones that maybe at one point you thought you wanted and you're trying to keep telling yourself you want it because maybe you're ashamed of what happens when you do what you know you're meant to do. Does that make sense? I feel like there's also this feeling of shame mixed into this Mars and Aquarius energy for what's blocking you because you don't want to admit to yourself that maybe you were wrong starting it off. You don't want to be judged. But I'm going to be so honest, like, not everyone is going to like you. Not everyone is going to accept this. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is what you think about yourself at the end of the day. That's why I think that really specific message came through about doing it like strategically or like smartly, like step by step, slowly, practically, in a way where it's like you're doing it so smart that even if it's being done slowly, you get out of something slowly, you choose to go rebel and do the thing slowly, the thing that you know you're meant to do, you can't be disappointed in yourself. Whether it flops or doesn't, like, you did every single possible thing. And I'm telling you right now, this is literally, I think, a quote that I uploaded on my Instagram like a month ago or something. And I put a quote that I made, and it was like, I can't like quote myself, but it was like, oh, when you have to choose between your mind and your heart, always go with your heart because at least
That way you won't ever regret it. You won't ever regret choosing your heart, because even if it doesn't work out, you know that you owned your truth. You know you stood in your truth. You know that you did the thing that your heart was driving you towards, and there's a reason for it. It's because your heart can sometimes be a little bit smarter than your brain. And your heart can be trying to show you something, eye-opening experience, something that is teaching you something that's helping you get more humbled, more wiser beyond your years, more knowledge, more intuitive power to aid you in your overall journey moving forward in life. Like, there's reasons why our heart is taking us things that maybe our brain says no to, because it's still trying to help us evolve. And that's why I said, like, I really feel like it's our responsibility to evolve. And this is a lack of evolution. What you're in right now, what's blocking you from trusting it, is creating a lack of evolution, and that's going to continue to create a lack of emotional fulfillment, because I really do think where we get the most fulfillment in life is where we get the most growth, where we get the most freedom, personal freedom to honor ourselves, honor our truths, honor what we know is best for us. And there's a lack of that right now, and that's what's holding you back, thinking that there was something really drilled into your mind, this false sense of hope, this false sense of like, this is the cards I have to deal with, I gotta make the best of it. And you've been doing like a good job, okay, like I do want to like say, but you know, your mental health is really not okay because of the situation you're in. This feels kind of like delusional, and I'm not trying to sound rude, I swear. This is just how Source is letting me download. I feel like Source really wanted me to be like piercing with my words today, with your pile in particular. So let us take a look though and just see where this block is playing out in your life to give us more insight. And before we add these cards, let us get some tea leaves and a past life card to see where this block is playing out in your life. Okay. Where is this block playing out in pile number one's life? Where is this block playing out in pile number one's life? Okay. And then let me shuffle here and see if another card wants to come out. Where is this block playing out in pile number one's life? Okay. There's a reason why I think this landed here. Ooh, okay, we got some tea. Literally, we got tea leaf cards, but there is tea. Okay, interesting. We're gonna, okay, don't worry. Let me just finish the shuffle. Okay. Where is this block playing out in pile number one's life? Okay, we got two cards coming out here. Okay, and this is the star. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm letting the cards land where they land for a reason, I swear. Okay. So we have, let me just flip this over. Shield, you need to defend yourself. And that landed directly on top of the Ten of Pentacles and the star. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This keeps, the warrior, guys, you need to, oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. Like, I'm just seeing the synchronicities. It's insane, guys. Next up, the card that landed at the top, I'm going to zoom out slightly so you guys can see it. Hopefully you guys can see the words and they're not too small. We have a card that landed up this way. We're going to keep it this way and only read the words that are upright. We have failure. Failure came up this way. Let me turn it back and see. Pre-earth time frame, pre-earth failure. Okay, this is giving me the ideology. This landed here, right above complacency and right next to the Shaman of Swords. Parental energy, role model energy. Let me explain. This is role model energy, parental energy, ancestral energy, maybe grandparents. This could be just someone that you look up to. For some reason, that religious energy keeps coming through. So this can even be like a priest, a pastor, like just someone of like importance in your life that you define as important to you. There's this feeling of letting them down in the past, or like maybe you've like disappointed you've Okay, it's so weird. There's so many different ways this is coming through, but I'm hearing that there was a disappointment that happened in the past that you did unto yourself or you disappointed somebody else, but you're afraid of disappointing it again because that's where the black and white mentality comes into play. Like this feeling of like, you keep assuming, like, if I fail, if I dot, 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 and then you're like, I can't do that again. I can't do that to myself again. I can't do that to X again, like blank. There's this feeling of like, what I say, like disappoint yourself, but then I keep thinking of a person, like the way I'm seeing it is like you disappointed yourself in the past and that made you feel like God was disappointed in you. I don't know. Religion keeps coming through. Please let me know in the comments. Please. Again, I don't think it applies to everyone, but I'm letting source just let the messages come through. If that isn't the case, there is definitely some sort of past issue with disappointment, and that has to be a root source of some sort of trauma that is holding you back. And where this block is playing out in your life is your ability to put yourself first, your ability to choose yourself first, your ability to honor the dream that you have, the real dream, and letting go of this thing that you've adopted in your head to play it safe, to play it small, to play it acceptable for the status quo of the situation. And it leaded to a lack of like honoring your own true dream. Because the fact that we got this card landing like this on top of the Star card and the Knight of Cups is about a dream. We have imprisoned and escaped that wanted to come through. So imprisoned and escaped. Escaped is pointing at the Knight of Cups, imprisoned is on the Star. Your true dream, what you really want, you feel like you can't get, you feel like you're trapped, you feel like you are stuck. The life area that's getting affected the most with this block, that's avoiding you from being able to trust your purpose, pile number one, is your own personal life, really. It's just the dreams that you have and had for yourself. This block is making you feel like you're playing escapist tendencies and you're not letting yourself see the truth. Maybe you're drinking, maybe you're doing things that are holding you back from being able to be honest with yourself, because you know the second you take that mask off, that facade off, there's the truth, and the truth is hard to be honest with about yourself. But here is the thing. The fact that this peacock, beware of great pride, landed on top of this Three of Cups, there is somebody in your field that is messing with you, okay? And not like they're not trying to intentionally do it. It's something that they were also taught and raised to believe, or this is like from their own experience. Like they think that because they went through something, like they think it's gonna happen to you, or like there's this idea of like, I just know what's best for you because I'm better than you in some way. I don't know. They have this mindset that what they say is the way and like it should be the way, and anyone that sees it differently is stupid, and I hate that energy. But it has continued to put this idea in you that you're not good enough, or that you don't have enough resources, that you're incapable of achieving the thing, so you think you can make the best out of the situation you're handed. This is reminding me of someone who was born in poverty and they were raised around a lot of people that were raised in that mentality, and they think that they're just gonna deal with the shots they're given, when in reality, you create your freaking reality. If you want something bad enough, I'm telling you, there's billions of people in this world, guys. There is somebody that has been in your situation and have made it out. There is somebody that has been in your specific situation and did something about it. They took the action that maybe you're afraid to take, and it happened. It worked out for them. There's an alternate reality where you did it and you're proud of yourself. I'm telling you, you create your reality with the decisions, the choices that you choose to honor. What's playing out in your life, where this block is playing out in your life is your inability to be your own leader, your inability to show up for yourself when you need it most, especially right now and lately, and making you think that you're bound to this life, like you're bound to this way of living, you're bound to this ideology, you're bound to just be in this mindset forever because that's the cards you were given. Dude, work with the cards you were given. Do something about the cards you were given. I'm sorry if I got really aggressive there. Again, it just feels like there's a lot of anger here that wants to be delivered.
Next up, to look at more understanding here, we have Santa Muerte.
Oh, this is beautiful. And this is an extra card, right? No, it's not. Sorry. This is death. Death card.
Oh, the Saint of Death, duh. Okay, so we got that.
We have the Magician. Ah, okay.
Source is telling me that these cards are the next aligned step.
The Page of Pentacles coming out again. Remember, I did a reading for everyone that selected this video in the beginning of the introduction section of this video. And the back of the deck was I have them right here, the Page of Pentacles. So you're being called to listen to that inner knowing. Take that opportunity to start anew. And lastly, we have the Queen of Cups. And follow your freaking heart. Queens are the protectors of the royal suit. I can't freaking think of the right words right now, but you got the Queen of Cups at the end because they want you to honor this newness in your life. They want you to understand that you are capable of way more than you realize. Your guides. And you're meant to let this go. You're meant to, the next aligned step is to stop lying to yourself. Allow the release to happen. Because I'm going to be really honest with you, pile number one. Something's going to die here, whether you do this thing or not. Either thing that you keep swaying back and forth on choosing, there is a death that is going to occur. And I'm not talking about like a physical, literal death of a person. I'm talking about like the belief of yourself. Maybe you're going to slowly lose yourself, and that's the death, losing the sense of self, or the death is releasing the things that are no longer serving you. There's no picking and choosing of the things that get released and die through what you choose. It's just about choosing. And that's why I'm saying, if you're ever in a position where you have to choose between your head and your heart, always go with the heart, because at least that way you'll never regret choosing it, because you know that's where your truth was. You know that's what you genuinely wanted to do. Whether it doesn't work out or not, it's taking you where you're meant to go, because it's where your heart is taking you, period. And you're being called to listen to that call. That's what you are here to do and share to the world. Maybe the thing that you're trying to do is something that's going to impact multiple others in such a beautiful and amazing way. And I feel like this is such a heart-based dream, because with the Queen of Cups ending it and the Page of Pentacles, like, this is something that you're meant to learn. Yes, this is very new. Yes, but you have the Magician. That's the manifester. That's mercurial energy. That's someone who has all the elements at their side, because they're able to understand the idea that true manifestation is actually doing the thing, actually taking the action, not waiting for someone to take them out of it instead. And that's where the true power lies. You've been giving your power away to these things that you think know more than you. When in reality, at the end of the day, we have no clue how we came on earth. We have no clue before we come on earth, like what that moment is. We have no clue what happens when we die, right? And at the end of the day, there's so many different beliefs and so many different ways to view it that we all understand the idea of having a higher power and source, right? But do we actually know? Oh my God, I had like something that was coming through and then it just abruptly stopped in my head. Okay. I'm sorry guys, that download just like disappeared in my head. So we all know there is a higher power. Oh, I remember. We all know that there is a higher power, but we don't actually know, like, we don't understand the real thing, okay? Like, we think we know and we can keep holding on to that. But at the end of the day, we just have history. We just have what the people that came before us said, chose to write down. They could have left things out. They could have left things in. We don't effing know. But here's what I do know and what makes sense. The choices you make right now are continuing to shape your reality, are continuing to shape your destiny, are continuing to shape your fate. That is not in anyone else's hands unless you willingly, or maybe even without even realizing, give that power away to somebody else. And I feel like that's what's been going on. The next aligned step to start trusting this is to wake up to the power you've held. And you know you hold a lot of power because you're still here standing. Okay. Let's continue getting more insight so I can help you guys get as much specifics on the next aligned step to take. I feel like these cards came out for a reason, so I'm going to go with it. Back of the deck wanted to be seen. I did just like peek at it, but I'm like, okay, Bridget, no. So we have Wolf coming out with the back of the deck, my Shaman Wisdom cards. 24 adding to 6. Northeast masculine, water. Again, there's like this polarity energy coming through with your current energy, because wolves like to be in packs, but then there's also this urge to want to be in lone wolf mentality. At least with the thing that you're craving. Okay. This is where I'm going to start layering things, guys. Warning. Bees. Ew, my voice cracked. That's why I'm telling you to take notes. We got the number 44 and the number 11. Maybe these numbers have significance to you. I highly recommend that you write these numbers down and then look into them later to plug in to your overall message. We have basewood with feminine, west, Saturn, and earth. And then we have snow, moon, Aquarius, rosettes, and elders. Number 11. Snow, moon. Aquarius energy coming through again. So there is a higher calling here. There is hermit energy here, wanting to go understand who you are at the end of the day. Let me get the booklet out for the Shaman Wisdom cards and we can uncover this together. So let's look at 44 first. We have, I am basswood, or basswood. I am the false face mask of the Iroquois, I hope that I pronounced them correctly, tobacco ceremony. When you put on the mask, you lose your identity and become whatever the mask represents. Whoa. You are no longer the person, you are the spirit. The mask also signifies that you might be escaping reality and hiding from your truth. Remove that mask and come face to face with your life. I am the tree spirit. I am protection. Protection has come out twice already so far. And the idea that you are being something you're not, illusion, is being kind of confirmed here. Now let us see with snow moon at number 11. Okay. January 20th to February 18th. I am snow moon. Oh, number 15 of devil. Interesting. I am snow moon. It is the time to renew old friendships, make new friends, and be involved in group activities. I am here to inspire you to new innovations and inventions. Fly above it all and actualize your dreams and visions. Set new goals and follow them through until you have achieved your ideals. For inspiration, tap into the resources within your mental and spiritual energies. Be versatile, flexible, and creative. Follow your intuitions and take care of business. I am the cold moon of winter. Okay. I love this. You are meant to lone wolf it up. Pile number 1. That is the next aligned step. The next aligned step is to start focusing on you and not only just take action, right? Go do it. Because that's what the cards are saying. But do it through a dark night of the soul. What is a dark night of the soul? Okay. A dark night of the soul is a very intense period that happens right once you experience some sort of spiritual awakening in your life, or epiphany, or something huge, a revelational truth that it just hits really hard and it makes a bunch of really repressed feelings, emotions, memories, everything that you tried to forget or ignore or avoid up until this point come up and uproot. And it makes you kind of feel like you're in some sort of psychosis for a little. When you go through those moments though, those are the moments that make you really, really strong. That's the warrior energy. That's not false warrior. That's a true warrior goes through that unapologetically, and they know that they're holding their hand till the very end, because they know the darkness, those abyss moments in healing are where we gain the most clarity, the most truth, the most discernment on where we're meant to go. And it feels like there is a lot of lack of that in your life because you were spoon fed to like not see life that way. And I feel like you're so hungry to be alone and understand what you want to do. What does pile number one want is what I'm hearing. Like, you have yet to fully understand that. You have yet to put a full foundation on who you are because you were told who you were supposed to be for such a long time that you know that isn't the case, but you can't help but continue to stay trapped in it. But the next aligned step is to start going inside your inner world. And maybe that's why at the very beginning when we looked at the Mother Peace Tarot, it kept saying to do this strategically, to do this smartly, baby steps, consistent steps, steady little baby steps. It doesn't matter how big of a step you take, as long as you're moving towards your goal. Even if it's inches, even if it's centimeters, even if it's millimeters, you're doing it. And it feels like you're being called to do it the way that you know you'll be able to handle without backing out on it for yourself. If this helps, this is reminding me for some reason, or like Source wants me to encourage you guys. If this resonates, do it. If not, ignore what I'm about to say. I feel like I am being called to invite some of you guys to check out my root chakra playlist on my YouTube channel. The first video and like those first couple of videos can be very, very helpful. I'm hearing it can help you start getting like enough self-assured in yourself and secure in yourself to continue taking these steps, because there is a relationship with you and yourself that needs to be healed and mended. Like, I feel like there is a lack of sense of safety inside yourself right now. Pile number one, you are being encouraged to focus on that, to ground inside, to center inside. Maybe that's why I kept feeling like you're gonna have to really focus on grounding throughout this reading before we even started. Like, I gave you that preface because it feels like there is a lot of uprooting in your life, and it's like you were never given an opportunity to really just be secure in yourself. I don't know. Like, were you forced to like just focus on someone else for a long time, or think that you have to like sacrifice all your desires for like some other bigger cause or bigger thing or other person because that was your role, that was your job, that's your duty? There's so many different ways this energy is being read, but I just keeps going back to this energy of anger, pure, utter anger. You were never given an opportunity. I'm even hearing from like childhood to like experience what it's like to be truly independent. Maybe you were never made to make your own choices. Maybe you were never given that opportunity. Maybe you have had helicopter parents. I don't know. Again, you are meant to explore that. You are being invited to explore it. So I do highly recommend you check out my root chakra healing playlist, because that is going to help you get some nice steps, practical steps to help you uncover the root sources of these things. Whether you believe in the chakra system or not, that video has a lot of beautiful things in there that I highly recommend every single person that wants to do this to check out, okay? I just wanted to say that. Let me get some more cards out here for the next aligned steps, because I'm trying to give you guys every single thing that comes through. So for my ancestor spirit cards, let us see what the next aligned step for you to take to start trusting this. So what is the next aligned step for pile number one to start trusting their purpose? When I was getting the cards out to prepare for this reading in this video, ancestors kept coming through like crazy. Like, it really felt like ancestry energy, ancestral, like your roots really wanted to be made known. So it really feels like you think you're letting people down. It feels like you think you're letting people down if you do this, but the people that came before you that aren't alive, they're looking down on you, crossing their fingers, waiting for you to do it, because that's the thing that they wish they had the guts to do. You have received, go with the flow, let go, rest, and manifest. Going with the flow means listening to your heart, not letting rigidity take over. Letting go means the death energy. Rest is about going inside. Give yourself a break to incubate right now and go inside your inner world and reflect. In the back of the deck, oh my God, is remember who you are with culture, resilience, and beliefs. Maybe there are things about you and you are protected. Again, you are protected as came out 3 times. Bearer spirit is here telling you that you are protected. But what I want to say You are being called to go take a moment for yourself. You are being called to go in your inner world and figure out your truth. You have not given yourself an opportunity to do that for long enough to the point where you've reached the conclusion. Even though you know what the conclusion is because the high priestess came through, obviously, at the beginning, you know what you're meant to do. We need to talk your mind. We have to reason with that fear-based area of our brain, the survival brain, the brain that literally has evolved since dinosaur prehistoric times to keep us alive. We need to work with that part of our brain to reason with it just enough to start getting you to take those small practical steps. And even just reflecting on that in itself is a step that's going to help you get there. Because again, I want to make this very clear. With going with the flow, I believe this is coming through because you are being very much called to listen to your inner knowings right now, your gut instincts. What you want to do right now is what you're meant to do, okay? Practice connecting to your body, practice connecting to the senses, practice connecting to when you're hungry. Maybe you have trouble like connecting to your circadian rhythm. I don't know if you have trouble going to sleep. There's something here about getting more in tune to your knowing. Like what your body already knows, what you already feel like, where your feelings are coming up, what your hormone levels are. I don't know. There's so many different ways this can come through, but it just feels like you're being called to go into your earthly body and like connect to that because all these desires and things are getting mixed up in your mind. But once you re-experience, once you reconnect to the present and you look around you and you see what your real reality is, I think it's going to make it a lot easier to start doing this because you need to be brutally honest with yourself. This is about going into winter in yourself to hibernate. You don't need to show up for anyone else right now but yourself, and that's what you are really being called to do. I'm going to pull out a sacred creator card here and see if there's any final things to add into here. Okay, we have two. So this landed on top of Two of Swords. Integrate your freaking knowing with the number 9. 999 might be of significance to you. Highly recommend that you write it down. Integrate your knowing. Integrate. I literally mentioned that word and we had unity and balance with the Celtic card. So where is it? Yeah, protection, balance, and unity. Integrate, temperance, alchemize, understand. Like that's, yep, everything I just said beforehand when I was explaining what you're meant to do. Rewind it if you have to. Take notes, please. You are being called to integrate the logic with the intuition right now. And magic happens when you most expect it. So now this energy of manifest is coming through, and the number 44 is coming through again. So 4444 is of significance to you. Write it down. 44, I believe, might be a master number in numerology. I don't know much about numerology, guys. I'm going to be straight up. But I always love to understand the meanings when I'm getting repeating numbers in my own readings. Please look them up. You had 1111 at the beginning. You had 4444. And now you have 999 coming through. Please write it down. There are reasons for these numbers. Okay, so manifest. Magic happens when you most expect it. Yeah, you are in a process of trying to get your mind aligned with what your heart wants. To do it, you have to make yourself believe it. Okay? That means taking the steps to start doing that. And that means going inside yourself, being brutally honest with yourself, going into the dark, going into the abyss, uprooting that and looking at what's there so you understand what you've been really dealing with. Because I'm telling you, we all secretly love ourselves. It's just the level at which we do is different pertaining to each individual person that we encounter because they have yet to really work on that area within themselves. They have yet to acknowledge it. But at the end of the day, we just want to live, right? But sometimes others want to live more than others, and live can mean physically like survive, or live can mean go have that emotional fulfillment and truly feel alive, right? At the end of the day, we would love both. It's just what type of experience of life do you want to have? To just live, or to really be alive? So you're being called to start putting those steps into tangible action and start believing that you're capable of it. Because once you start, I'm telling you, you're going to want to continue to keep going because it's going to start feeling like you're getting warmer. Now, to finish up your reading, pile number 1, I'm going to get some final messages from Source looking at
pulling out some little sliplets of paper here. And then also we're gonna do a wild offering card. And this is just basically an offering that you're gonna be asking source for to see like what is coming through that's most important for you to focus on right now. So let's see. Final messages from source. Final messages from source for pile number 1. Okay. These 2 came downwards, so we're not taking them. Back of the deck wants to come through though, and we have challenges. Okay. Back of the deck, let's read that first. Despair. I need your divine intercession right now. O Great Spirit, lift this darkness from my soul. Free me from this burden. Open me to your highest plan. May I be a peaceful vessel for your love. I'm going to read that one more time. I need your divine intercession right now, O Great Spirit. Lift this darkness from my soul. Free me from this burden. Open me to your highest plan. May I be a peaceful vessel for your love. I'm not going to say anything. I feel like these are self-explanatory. And then we also have challenges. Unbearable situations throw you directly into God's arms if you are open. Please take over, divine, and guide the right actions. Please take this burden and show me your will. Source's will is already there. Source's will is already there, and it has been there since the beginning of the situation took place, pile number 1. You just forgot that God was always inside you. Source was always inside you. Source is everything and everyone. What that means, choice. That's the magic wand in the situation. If you forget that you have choice, that's when you start feeling trapped and burdened. Please stop forgetting how much choice you actually have. Let's finish up your reading, my beautiful souls. Final messages for pile number 1. Ooh. Final messages, these 2. Okay, we got a lot. So I'm going, this one doesn't. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, beautiful. All right, so these landed kind of like this, I believe. Yeah, okay, so we got landing on despair, challenges, and then the number 44 with feeling illusionary. Okay, so let's start from here. The first paper. Wow. The closure you're chasing is actually about control. The closure you're chasing is actually about control. This is Pluto coded. What's falling apart wasn't ever meant to come with you. This is Pluto coded. What's falling apart wasn't ever meant to come with you. To go with challenges. The energy feels split. There's a conflict between what you want and what you believe you're allowed to have. The energy feels split. There's a conflict between what you want and what you believe you are allowed to have. Yeah. Challenges. Asking the divine to come here and save you. The divine was always in you to begin. And I think that's a big thing you gotta sit with. And the last 2 messages that landed on despair. Oh my God, this one's long. If you catch yourself obsessing over someone who hurt you or stuck in anger, whether it be road rage or disrespect, that's just examples that I went through, pause, breathe,
Say silently or out loud, from my heart to your heart, I wish you well. Then let go. That's it. Say it until the feeling goes. If you catch yourself obsessing over someone who hurt you or stuck in feelings of anger, pause. Breathe. Say silently or out loud, from my heart to your heart, I wish you well. Then let go. That is it, and say it until the feeling goes. This is something that I do till this very day. This is something that was taught to me from my Buddhist, most amazing therapist out there, teacher, mentor, friend, soulmate, and so many other things. She's literally the person that has helped me build my business. She's literally the person that wanted me to make this business a reality. And she was there for my darker versions as well. So, like, just know the lineage of these things that I share, the advice, all this stuff is stuff that I do. And all this stuff is stuff that comes from a root and a person that has gone through it and their own traumas and own experiences, because that's what life is all about, passing it forward. Like I said, evolving. And lastly, we have what you're calling confusion is actually your intuition being drowned out by fear. You already know. You have known. This message, oh my God, this message came to give you permission to trust the answer you have been avoiding. Oh my freaking God. What you're calling confusion is actually your intuition being drowned out by fear. You already know. You have known. This message came to give you permission to trust the answer that you have been avoiding. I am like astounded that this is the final message we got for you to end your reading, pile number 1. I want to let you know from the bottom of my freaking heart, I feel so blessed, so blessed that I had the honor to do this reading for you. If you are still here, still listening up until this point, I commend you for showing up for yourself and listening till the very end, because these readings that I do and how I show up on my channel doing them for you guys is hard shit to listen to sit with, and to really give yourself full permission to absorb and download in your being. These are hard things, and our ego will try to fight us on it. Our ego, your ego might even try to fight me on it. But remember, everything happens for a reason. I believe that. And if that's something you disagree with, I am sorry. But that is something that I do and I have. And it's led me up until the point in my life at which I am at with that belief and mindset. Because that helps me understand that I still have resources, that I still have tools. Even if they're not here, I don't see them yet physically in front of me, doesn't mean that I can't come up with them. At the end of the day, it's about how resourceful are we willing to be. It's about the mask, right? That energy of the mask and that ceremony that they do, that tribe that we read. What mask do you want to put on for yourself? What would the version of you that you feel like you are lacking in your life do in this moment? Because you can do it. And I know that your brain can come up with an answer with what I just asked. So if it was able to come up with an answer, then you already know realistically it's possible. With that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. Thank you so much for being part of this reading for yourself. And I also just wanted to share, I recently created a waitlist for others to sign up all over the world that are interested in joining healing circles, gatherings of some kind, workshops, and this is all things that are going to be about healing, self-growth, and so many other things under the umbrella of healing. So if that's something that you are very much interested in, because my whole focus is to make these as accessible as possible, because everybody, regardless of where you're at in life, deserves to have some form of healing in their life. I'm trying to make that dream of mine happen, because that was a big dream of mine, heal people or who help heal this world, and that's what I'm trying to do. I highly recommend that you guys click on the link in my description box below to sign up, and you're gonna find the area to go sign up for on my link tree, okay? So you can also find that link in my channel. When you go to my YouTube channel to visit the homepage, you're gonna see the link attached to my bio. So I just really wanted to mention that in case that's something that you feel called to do, because I really just feel like no one deserves to go through it alone. I've gone through it alone, and it's just not a fun thing, especially me being 18 and 19 years old when my dark night of the soul first started and my first spiritual awakening happened. Oh my God, guys, I kid you not. It is so flipping lonely to go through that stuff at that young of an age, because no one is in that mindset at that age. So I just want to let you know all the things that I do here, all the things that I create and bring forth for you guys is all stuff that I've gone through that I'm trying to make for people that might be going through what I've gone through too. And regardless of the age, no one deserves to go through this stuff alone. If you want to learn more information about what I'm trying to create and for the wait list and everything, please check it out. I really think it's going to pique your interest. If you guys like these stuff, I think you're going to love what I am in the midst of creating, okay? I send you so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you in my other pick of cards to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beggar archetype, then you already know that this reading is for you. But I didn't tell you guys this at the beginning. The reason why I'm not reading the light attribute is because when I ended up getting your significator card out, when I took photos for the thumbnails for this video, your card landed in reverse. Every time in the archetype deck that I have, every time a card lands in reverse, that is, in my way, source telling me to look at not the light attribute, but the shadow attribute of the card. This is showing to me, in terms of the significator card that helped you in selecting your pile number 2, this is giving me an indicator that there is going to be a lot of heavy melancholy-like deep truths that are going to hit very hard, I'm hearing in my head, hit home for you in some way, shape, or form throughout this reading. So I just wanted to preface, make sure that you feel like you are in a safe enough space to be able to listen to this reading. If you have other people in the room with you and this is on speaker, I would prefer that you have an area to be alone to listen to this, or to use headphones or earbuds, something where everything that's going to come through, only your own ears can hear, okay? A lot of the things that are going to come through feels like it's going to be very, very triggering. I just want to say trigger warning. I am going to do my ultimate best to hold space for you guys during this experience, because we're going to be diving into what's exactly blocking you from being able to trust your purpose, and not only that, but specifically what you are here to do. And the fact that the shadow attribute, let's read it together for your significator card, says dependence on others to the exclusion of effort, gives me a lot of insight. And not only that, but the fact that in the image for the beggar archetype, this is the winter. You see the snowflakes and stuff. They're wrapped. They're hiding. There's warmth. The only thing that's warm is the coffee. There's this feeling of entrapment. There is this feeling of isolation. There is this feeling coming through right off the bat of someone having a lack of self-worth, or there's like a lack of connecting to your true emotions behind a certain situation you've been facing. Like, you face it, but you only let the first reaction emotions come through, but you don't sit with it enough, emotionally wise, to allow the rest of the emotions to continue to unravel. And those emotions give you information, or are meant to give you information. There's something here about, like, there's a download that's trying to happen and it's not being fully taken in, or something like that. I just realized I completely forgot to turn on your candle. The beautiful candle here. You guys can never see my candles in my videos unless I zoom out, but let me just zoom out to show you. Yeah, I got a candle. So, all right. Let me just light that up. So, if you guys can hear sounds, I'm sorry. I have a candy in my mouth. But it does make sense because I actually got this, it's like a little matcha Japanese candy that I love. I went to Chinatown in Chicago a couple weeks ago and I fell in love with it there because there was like this candy store to pick out like different Asian candies and goods, and this would happen to be a Japanese matcha hard candy, and I'm like in love with them now, so I bought them off Amazon and I really wanted to use one while I do this reading. So it's kind of adding emphasis on dependence. There's a dependency here, something about dependency onto something. And that actually makes a lot of sense considering that the color I chose for you to do your reading today is the color orange. The color orange is associated with the sacral chakra. It's associated with the emotions, the element of water. But not only that, the shadow attribute of this chakra is guilt. And when there is too much or not enough of this chakra energy, there can either be a lack of emotions, so dissociating from the emotions, doing everything in your power to not deal with the emotions, or maybe when there's too much, you shut down and you don't feel the emotions, or there's like a feeling of trying to avoid, like, or, so that's one, and then the other one is like explosiveness, too much emotion, it's leaking all over the place, codependency, there could be a lot of like this need to look for things outside of you for the answers instead of inside of yourself. That could also be a one. So a lot of people, when there is, from a chakra psychology perspective and from the lens of the work that I do as a facilitator for deep healing when I work with clients, a lot of the things that I do, I go back to the chakra system and I use that as a psychological standpoint. So I don't just look at the spiritual stuff, because even if you don't believe in energy or the energetics of that stuff, I look at it from a psychological standpoint. And I look at the science, I look at all that, I marry everything together. And so from here, it's giving me this idea that there is really bad dependency or codependency. There's something here that's being used to taint. That might not be the right word. I'm sorry if that word means something really messed up. Or maybe tint. Maybe that's a better word. Whatever. It's trying to ruin the perception of something. It's ruining the vision that's the real one, and it's blurring it out. Does that make sense? So that is what I'm seeing right off the bat. To begin, we're going to obviously dive into what you're here to do specifically. And we're going to be using my Oracle of the Radiant Sun booklet, get a natal chart placement out there. And then we're also going to be using my Mother Peace Tarot deck along with my Celtic Spirit Oracle just to look at this first portion together. So let's get the placement so I can get the book out of the way. What is pile number 2 here to do, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is pile number 2 here to do? That was very quick. The energy feels extremely strong with you guys. There is a lot of heaviness here. A lot. It's like I'm like hesitant to even look into this. I didn't even look at it yet. I'm looking at the camera, but like the lens, but there's just, I keep feeling like I'm channeling so much entrapment energy internally. And like, I don't want to trigger anyone, but I'm going to say it because this is how Source wants me to channel it, right? And I don't want to doubt anything. Victim mentality. There's so much victimhood energy here. This feeling of entrapment, this feeling of I'm all alone and I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about this. I can't do anything about that. Okay, there's another thing coming through. I don't know if it's going to resonate with everyone. Another thing I'm hearing, you might be like that friend that you might feel like you're a burden, or like, they're like, I don't know if there's people that like leave you and then there's like a fear of abandonment here because you like, people feel like they don't have enough patience for you, or they're not like compassionate enough to hold space for you in the dark moments, so you think you're a burden, or like there's this feeling of people like they tell you the same thing over and over and they get annoyed at you when you don't listen, because it's like you can only tell a person. It's like you can't force someone to want to heal, you can't force someone to want to grow, right? But we can try to give them advice, but it's not going to click until it clicks for them. it feels like you're kind of in one of those types of periods where people, I feel like there is a support system here. Okay, let's keep going, because obviously we're looking specifically on what you're here to do, and I think I'm just getting a lot of emotions that are coming from you guys. So we got the moon in Pisces with the keyword empathy in the 12th house. Moon being the suit of security, and Pisces is about understanding, sympathy, and sacrifice. So here is the image for the card if we had it. And the description for the image is: above, in a charming country scene with a winding river, a child pets a large dog. The two enjoying just being together. Below, a golden bird ornament symbolizes the spirit image linked to the material gold. The ear represents an openness to calls for help. Okay. Let's read the little personal note on people with moon in Pisces, because I feel like there is some messages here as well. People with a moon Pisces personality display a super sensitive emotional nature that acts like a psychic sponge, soaking up the feelings and thoughts of others. In fact, the way in which people with this planet sign combination feel responds very strongly to the vibes they pick up from others. Easily hurt but emotionally resilient, the moon Piscean often has to be helped to be able to express feelings fully. Emotions for Pisceans are related strongly to the unconscious and to past experience. Whether they have experimented with psychic abilities or not, they undoubtedly have great potential for development in this area. The Moon in Pisces card describes someone with a deep underlying shyness that contrasts with a great sensitivity and an ability to make contact with other people. This card can often also indicate an intuitive ability for fashion in all areas and highlights a good business aspect when hunches are played with a degree of realism. It suggests that the questioner has more concern for the feelings of others than for his or her own emotions. The empathy card also indicates a very good feeling for public taste that can be explored by the development of new service and a product. Okay, we got it. Let me just write it down. So we have, and it's about emotions, right? Moon in Pisces. Moon in, and I was talking about the water element for the sacral chakra. So we have Moon in Pisces with empathy in the 12th house. So what you are here to do. Honestly, I'm gonna keep piecing things together, guys, because this is taking me down a lot of different routes, and I want the messages to come through as raw as possible. And I think Source is asking me to keep plugging things together. So what is it that pile number 2 is here to do? What is pile number 2 here to do? Okay, I have no clue how many cards I got, but Source wanted it to be this many. So the card that wanted to come out on its own is going to be the Significator card. We have the Sun of Discs, also known as the Knight of Pentacles. And I love the way that they show the illustration of the Knight of Pentacles energy, because it's like a person trying to shoot an arrow at a bullseye, like a board, like a, I forgot what this is called. And it's like through a bunch of like trees and like obstacles in the middle. So it's about a lot of patience and like perseverance and being willing to like endure these types of challenges along the way, but doing it like at a steady pace so that there is stability underneath your feet at all times. Like there's a lot of that energy here. So the Significator card. And let me cover the light attribute because we don't want that showing. Okay, so shadow attribute. Yep. We have the back of the deck being, oh wow, that's trippy. I believe pile number 1 also got this as the back of the deck. We have the 4 of Cups. And then underneath that we have Crone. Oh, the Hermit. Okay. For some of you guys, I'm hearing you spend way too much time alone, or like you're afraid of like the outside world for some reason. What is this card that wants to be seen? The Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, like hyper independent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. This one wants to be next to this one. We have the Ace of Cups. We're gonna just keep revealing here. Next up, we have the Ace of Pentacles. We have the Two of Pentacles. Oh my God, that's so interesting. Okay, I had like a vision come through, and then I looked at the card and realized that the depiction of the meaning of the Two of Pentacles had the thing I was thinking of. So that really was like trippy because I like was thinking and then I looked back. Okay, next up we have the Devil card, which gives us confirmation that the reading I did before we started diving into all the piles at the beginning, if you guys weren't there, highly recommended it. You know, I never tell people to skip the intro, but sometimes people do because they're too impatient, but sometimes they miss the downloads. They miss all the messages that are meant for them if they do that. At the beginning, in the intro, I did a reading for the collective. I did a reading for anyone that ended up selecting this pile. This video, that ended up clicking on this video, and to see like what is the underlying energy for all the piles that we're gonna find in terms of like, what's the block that's holding you back from trusting? Hold on, there's a bug and I'm trying to get it. Your purpose. And this is actually symbolic. I feel like this is giving me like symbolism energy on the idea surrounding like when you try to go focus on your stuff, you get like sidetracked in the middle, you get distracted easily. Maybe you feel like there isn't enough like motivation, or you blame the lack of motivation on why it's hard to go do it. You guys are already aware of what you're meant to do, but there is something holding you back. And the reason why I brought up the collective reading was because we had received the Two of Swords and the Devil at the beginning. So the fact that the Devil's coming out for you guys was funny. Pile number 1 actually received the Two of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. That was the back of the deck energy. This is showing to me that there is this need for wanting to become your own leader, and like what you are here to do. Pile number 2 is to show up to become your own leader in this lifetime. Let's continue. And there's other things though, so let me keep my mouth shut and keep going. We have the Seven of Swords. See, the fox is trying to get to the chickens. And then I'm going to place one more card, and then we're going to pause here. We have the Daughter of Swords, also known as the Page of Swords. Okay. So these cards, I believe, are going to help us understand what's blocking you from trusting it. So we're going to place these cards to the side and let us receive one more card for what you're here to do to put everything together. So what is pile number 2 here to do? What is pile number 2 here to do? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through. I don't know why. We have the crone coming up in the back of the deck. Fairy Godmother, Wisdom, Future, and Truth. Okay, I'm hearing a very specific message come through. A lot of you guys are a lot of you guys are terrified of being alone for long periods of time, because when you're alone for too long, there's a lot of things that start to come up in your head that mess with you, because it's like, okay, I don't want to
I don't want to say it like this. Source wants me to say it like this. I just want to say that I'm hearing the excuse is to say, oh, this is too much. I can't handle it. When you know you can. You have handled so much in your life, pile number 2, ridiculous things that maybe people in your group, in your circle, would never have been close to handling in the way that you were able to so gracefully. There were things that you handled like very gracefully, considering the depth and the intensity and how big those things actually were. I want to make that clear. That's coming through very heavily. But with that, there's also, sorry, I'm trying to make sure you guys can see everything. There's also this energy of when things, like, because you have handled things, you know that in a way, your soul already knows that you have what it takes to continue to grow, continue to go apply the skills that you have developed in your past, in your upbringing, in your history of life experience into the now and moving forward. But the thing here, the thing that creates a disconnect from that to now is the belief you have in yourself. There's like a lack of self-belief, or there's like a lack of self-worth here that keeps feeding into something that is really blocking you from being able to trust what you're here to do, which is to show up as your own leader, which is to be able to juggle many things. And you think that because there are things on your plate already, you can't continue to fill up your plate. And that's inaccurate. There's this, like, I think you're afraid to like call yourself out because you already know that you can do more than what has been happening, or you're able to overcome this, but you don't want to admit that to yourself. But like, it feels like your higher self is coming through, not even just source, but your higher self is heavily coming through to be like, yo, pile number 2, like, I get that it's hard to be honest with yourself about this, but I'm not afraid to be, because I know at the end of the day, what matters most is that the things that we do continue to help us align with the greater good for ourselves. And how can you step into the most healed version of yourself or get closer to that energy each and every day is to continue to make the harder choices. The harder choices help you show up for yourself. How can you show up for yourself when no one else could in the past? Like, you already know what was lacking and you already know that you can give it to yourself, but there is a fear of giving it to yourself, and I don't know why. Let's see this card. We have blue. Oh my gosh, again, that melancholic energy is coming through again. We have blue. It says number 11, depressed, isolated, and help. Sorry guys, I'm just sitting with the energy. You know how people really define the word purpose with career, or like their accomplishments or what they're able to achieve for themselves in life and look back on? I really want to make it clear. Purpose is none of those things. Purpose, and the only purpose for us all humans, is to live and have a human experience. The human experience. And what the human experience is for you, what you want that to mean, is what the purpose is for you. What you're here to do is to show up and become a leader for yourself. Take the steps necessary to help you get out of the darkness within you, because you know what to do it. It's weird. Like, I keep feeling like you're an extremely intelligent person, pile number 2. And it's weird. Like, people can come to you for advice and you can give them so much great advice, but then you have so much trouble taking it for yourself. And now what's interesting is this idea of guilt and shame, or like self-worth, is coming through again. Like, this feeling of like, I don't deserve, or I'm not worthy of ... is really a massive blockage that keeps coming through. It's like source and your higher self just really wanted us to zoom in on the blockage specifically. Okay, let's get some more information here. What's blocking pile number 2 from trusting what they're here to do? Because I see that you're supposed to take baby steps to go accomplish it. Like, you're not meant to do this massively all at once. The back of the deck here is confusion with the round chakra energy. So, and like someone being engulfed around all this stuff, and it's exhausting to like have to deal with. And then we also had bittersweet sliding out with the throat chakra. So, workaholic. Let me zoom out a little so you guys can see the cards better. Okay. We also got a lot of chakra healing cards. I wasn't expecting to get that many, but Source was asking me to take out more, so I listened to Source during those moments. The card that came out upright, though, is Gossip with the heart chakra. I really feel like a lot of people that selected this pile have gone through some sort of addiction, have gone through some sort of self-destructive habit, tendency, behavior, pattern, something that really was not serving them because of all the pain that they were carrying. They were trying to numb it. And again, this keeps reminding me of the marker color that I ended up choosing for you guys. There's like a want to like numb, and you know the only person that can help you right now is yourself. And I think that's why it's hard to be brutally honest about it right now. And that's why you try to like distract yourself by doing other things instead that you know do not serve you one bit at all. And you're meant to overcome it though. And be brutally honest with yourself about it. I feel like a lot of your purpose in this life experience, pile number 2, is about honoring your truth, or like getting closer to your truth, or having your voice, having a say, like honoring that you can also have a say in your own life. There's this feeling of like you are letting things outside of you have more control over your life than yourself. And where at one point it started feeling like the decisions you were making weren't even coming from you. They were coming from a place of just like cyclical like behavior. And it led to you doing things on like autopilot. Maybe you've been in survival mode all your life, feeling like you had to run away from something of your upbringing. And the reason why I'm saying upbringing is because these beings in this image of the chakra card remind me of like familial dynamics and like this energy of like grieving something that they don't have anymore. Maybe there's like the thing that could be blocking you is this feeling of like being alone while doing it. Maybe you feel like not enough people believe in you, but in reality, like all this is happening to show you that what really mattered at the end and matters now is how much you believe in yourself. Next up, we have the third eye chakra with mysticism coming through. And that's underneath the 2 of Pentacles. And next up, we have impasse with sacral chakra energy. Underneath the devil card, again, this keeps feeding into like this need for like addictive tendencies, addictive behavior, self-sabotaging behavior. And then the card underneath the 7 of Swords is instinct with the crown chakra. Okay, this is so interesting to me. And I love how all these cards are very different, like chakra energies. Okay. What you're here to do, you already know. A lot of people, when they click on anything that has to do with purpose and pick a card, they're like, oh my God, like, what is it, my life? No. No cards are going to tell you what you're here to do for a career, okay? You do that. But for this reading, when it comes to purpose, when it comes to all this stuff, deep down, anyone that ever clicks on a video about purpose, they already freaking know their strengths and their weaknesses. They already know what they've been learning and have been consistently learning. They already know what they are meant to adapt to and grow into and evolve with, okay? We are all aware of that, and a lot of people need to wake up and understand that we have awareness of most of the things that we question already, okay? Want to make that clear, because with this moon and Pisces energy, it really feels like you're putting yourself in this elusive state of thinking, I don't know, I can't do it, I can't this, I can't that. Guys, I'm being so brutally honest with you guys and cutthroat. What this is showing me, what you're here to do is trick your own brain into believing that yes, you can. And at this point, you need to do it for survival.
I'm being honest with you. At the end of the day, like our brains, if you guys have subscribed to me and have heard me say this enough times, I'm so sorry it keeps coming up, and maybe there's a reason. Our brains were built out of the survival brain, and the survival brain lives in the very, very deep center of your brain. That brain got created, our brains were created specifically to keep us safe and alive, okay, in prehistoric times. And then the brain started to evolve millions of years and thousands of years or whatever, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we have different lobes, we have different areas, that hemispheres, blah, 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 blah. But the first one is survival. And I'm telling you right now, what you're here to do is get yourself out of this cycle, get yourself out of this pain, get yourself out of the black hole that you have let suck the life out of you for so freaking long that it doesn't deserve your energy anymore, because you know you deserve better. You are aware of that. You just are afraid to admit it. Maybe it's because you know how hard it's going to be to do it. Maybe it's because you're so just tired, just so tired of feeling like you have to constantly fight, or feel like you've had to fight your entire life, and you know that this thing is going to be the hardest thing you've ever had to fight for. Maybe that's why it's so hard. But I'm telling you, and I don't know why this is coming through the way it is, this isn't going to be as hard as you think it is. I'm hearing that you have gone through way worse things in your upbringing, in your past growing up, that I just, source isn't letting me get that far. I'm just hearing things that would leave most people speechless if you told them your story. So I really need to make it clear, pile number two, you already have the genetic DNA, the genetic makeup, the code inside you to get out of this and overcome it and be successful and be victorious. You have what it takes. You have everything you need inside you to do it. And you're smarter than you think. There's going to be a learning curve at the beginning, obviously. I'm hearing you're going to take 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 4 steps forward, 5 steps back, and it's going to kind of be like that at the beginning, but it's normal. I'm hearing that a lot of this was just a lot of undealt with emotions. Like the things that led it to getting this bad or going this far into it was undealt with emotions. Showing up how you think you need to show up, being who you think you need to be. But I'm also hearing that there was a really bad self-sabotaging tendency, maybe it still happens sometimes, of like, what's the word? Like maybe I can't think of the way I wanted to word that, but another thing's coming through, so I'm going to share that. Maybe like you used to like overshare your stuff a lot with people, and it led to a lot of different people's perspectives and like mindsets and viewpoints to get drilled into your head, but it was so overwhelming because they come from all these different like roots and places that it led you to putting yourself on autopilot too, because it was just easier to dissociate. But you're here to learn what you want. You're here to learn how you want to show up instead of asking for the stuff around you. And you're aware of it. Like the second you start to show up, it's going to get easier and easier by the second. I'm not even joking. Like that's what I'm hearing. And before you know it, you're going to blink your eyes and it's going to be 2 years down the road and you're going to be like, holy shit, like I did this. Like I did it. But it's only if you choose that reality. It's only if you make that choice. Every choice you make creates your reality. Okay, the next, 4 cards we have here are gonna continue to kind of give us more insight on this blockage that's holding you back from being able to hold on to your purpose. So next up, we have the Ace of Wands. I'm gonna be placing these on top. The Ace of Swords. Ugh, holy benoli, I have to cover that. There's a person that needs to be covered. Ace of Swords. You have like, am I tripping? No, you have all the aces. You got the Ace of Cups here, the Ace of Pentacles there, the Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords. You have the Seven of Cups. Illusion, choices. Giving too much of your energy out to the wrong things. And then you have the Shaman of Swords, which is also the King of Swords in this deck. I thought we had 4 cards, but we have 5. And lastly, we have the Tower card. Yes, collapse, but in the best way possible. Okay, so I wasn't expecting this reading to come out the way it's coming out for you guys, but Source is kind of just giving us the next in line step to take already. And I thought what's blocking you from trusting it was going to be here, and it is, but then there's also the next in line step, but we're going to keep pulling cards moving forward because I feel like this message is just so layered on top of each other. So you guys better be taking notes because I take cards out of the area as I move. So I'm gonna read this in the order on how Source wanted me to deliver it. And then we're gonna just continue going from there, okay? You know, I always have a plan on how I wanna do these readings, but sometimes Source is like, screw the plan, we're gonna do it my way. And I'm like, okay. So I'm sorry if it's gonna seem all over the place, just keep taking notes, okay? Plug in, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. You are meant to wake up. You are meant to release and figure out with reflection, this is a time of reflection I'm hearing, to understand where have you been putting a lot of your energy. Because there's a lot of this feeling of giving away so much of your energy, so much of your time, so much of your power to things outside of you. To cultivate and honor and cherish inner peace, we need to focus on the inner world first, right? Instead of the outer world. And there's been a reversal of that. So you're really being called to release all of that and be discerning with yourself. Be honest, brutally cutthroat with yourself with what's happening, what led you here, and what steps can you take to get forward? Because you know the steps. I don't know why I'm hearing like very specifically, like you know the steps. You know the first thing to do is to honor it or identify it or something like that. Like there's something here about naming it, naming your truth, honoring your truth. Remember that came through earlier. So naming your truth, honoring your truth, knowing your truth. That keeps coming through because okay, this is so specific and so weird, but it's coming through. Another thing that could be blocking you from trusting your purpose and what you're here to do, pile number 2. I don't know if you attract people in your circle, in your life, throughout your life, that go through like crazy, like transformative periods or like revolutional stages in their life where it's like boom, or like you go through people who have like crazy traumatic experiences or breakups. Like you attract people like that, people who have just like a lot of PTSD, or people that you just see them go through crazy struggle or something like that, and then like you absorb it. It's like every time you see someone around you go through it, you absorb it as if it's yours, and then you think that that's what your life is going to be like because it happens to them, and then it led you down this unhealthy, self-sabotaging, addictive thing in the first place. And now it's about like unraveling all of that because that continues to happen around you, but you got to stop absorbing it like it's your stuff. All that stuff is lessons. All that stuff is experiences meant to help you. And I know this probably pisses off everyone that gets triggered. I'm so sorry. But if you're not at a point where you understand what I am saying, then it's because you still have so much to see from the situation you're in. Pile number 2. I just want to make it clear. A lot of people hate when people say everything happens for a reason when they're in a situation that they don't want to be in. We did not choose the lives we chose to go into. We didn't choose these things. They just happened. We woke up one day, and we whad, we cried, we grew up, and that's how it happened. That's how it was. There's no need to fight and understand the why. Give yourself permission to be angry about it because there is a lot of emotion here that needs to be moved through. But using that emotion to want to get you out of the hole is how you do it. Don't let it swirl within you, numb it, not deal with it, and then just take it out on somebody else or like this. Because I feel like there's something about emotions that, remember I was giving you examples of over and over energy, what's the word? Overactive sacral chakra versus an underactive, and like someone who can like be explosive or like too much emotions, they can't like take care of it, they don't have a container to find safety and to deal with them in a healthy way, versus somebody who just numbs it out and doesn't deal with it, dissociates, goes on to latches on to things that gives them pleasure, and they avoid the things that give them pain or fear or hurt. It's like there's a lot of that right now, and that's really blocking you. That's how it's playing out in your life, is your inability to be able to show up for yourself fully, because every time you try, then another distraction takes over, and then it's like in the middle of the progress, you divert your attention.
And source is trying to like call you out on it. And source is trying to say, well, that's your decision to make. Don't make excuses. Don't tell yourself that, oh, it's because this person really, really needs me. Love, pile number 2, you are not responsible for everyone's suffering. You are not responsible for everyone's suffering. You're not responsible to heal everybody's suffering. You are not responsible to heal everyone's suffering. Stop carrying it on your shoulders like it is yours. It is not. Your only responsibility is to be the ripple effect that you want to show to those people. How do you want to show up? What is the most ideal healed version of yourself? How would they show up right now? What role model could that version of you be for all the other people suffering that you've known? If that version of you showed up in that person's situation, how would they have reacted to it? What magic, what energy, what essence could they radiate outwards to inspire those around them? Because that's what I'm seeing what you're here to do. You're here to be that role model for a lot of other people that are in very similar situations as you, specifically with addictive things or like things like that. Like there's something here about being, what's the word? A beacon of light for others. Sorry, that was the right word. We're gonna be using my Oracle of Ascendance deck next because, like I said, I did have a plan on how I wanted to do the readings for you guys today for this topic, but Source is kind of letting us like drop into different questions all over the place. And I am feeling very called, like for you guys specifically, pile number 2, I feel like the biggest question here that we need to really focus on a lot, because I feel like your brain needs a lot of like, what's the word? Persuading. We gotta look at really what's blocking you from it. Like I know we have already, but I feel like there's still a little bit more that we're missing. So let us get a little bit more insight and then we'll just continue to move forward. So what's blocking pile number 2 from trusting in what they're here to do? What's blocking pile number 2 from trusting what they are here to do? Okay, I think we got 2 cards out. I'm pretty sure. They both landed on the 4 of Cups and this, yeah. We have element of air and octagram. So 8 points. 8th house, element of air and octagram. Maybe you get too much information. I'm hearing very specific, and it might not resonate with everybody. Some of you guys feel like you've had a call, like a call to go do something. And it feels so scary and overwhelming because of the amount of responsibility you know it's gonna hold, so you run away from it. That's specific, but I just wanted to come through. Let's read the booklet to understand this. Oh, it opened up straight to this. So element of air. Oh, and this adds to 12, and we were looking at the 12th house with Moon and Pisces. So in Wicca, air is typically the first element addressed, beginning in the east. Its symbol is the sword or a thame. Its color is yellow. Time of day is sunrise. Season is spring, and it rules the zodiac signs Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. It governs the energies of the planets Jupiter and Mercury. Air represents wisdom and compassion, but it also represents the higher realms of creative consciousness. When it appears in your cards, you're being asked to approach your situation from a place of wisdom and informed thought. Are you allowing yourself to simply jump into situations without thinking about them? Have you allowed yourself to make decisions too quickly? If so, be reminded that the energies of air can be accessed whenever you know will help you make informed decisions. Okay. When inverted, an overabundance of caution and wariness is most evident. You overthink and overanalyze rather than logically make a decision and proceed. This leads to stagnation. Okay. Because this is what's blocking you, right? So I realized when I read that I should have read the reverse instead. So I'm sorry. But this gives us a lot of information. Let us combine that understanding with octagram now. Okay. So we have, am I tripping or is that 12 too? Where was elements of air? Was that 12? Oh my God, guys. So I believe this number might have importance in the number 1212 too. The elements of air landed on page 48. The octagram, the other card, lands on page 84. They're mirrored numbers. Guys, I'm tripping out. That's crazy. And they are all numbers that like, what is it called when there's something of two? Like 2, 4, 6, 8. Like, what is that? I forgot. Yeah, if you know what I'm saying, tell me in the comments, because 222 might also be of importance, because I'm hearing that you're not alone. You need to trust this path, that you've been supported this entire time, but they're waiting for you to take the moment to do it because you've been too passive in this. So the octagram, or eight-pointed star, also spans several religions dating as far back as Babylonian, Sumerian times, in association with the goddess Ishtar and Inanna. Let's read the inverted. This card has no inversion. Okay. In Judeo-Christian, it represents beginnings, resurrection, salvation, equilibrium, and superabundance. It also has associations with Egypt, Gnosticism, and Hindu goddess Lakshmi, the goddess of abundance. When this card appears, you're being asked to accept abundance in all its forms. This can mean monetary or can represent a wealth of friends and family. In order to allow for more abundance in your life, you first need to acknowledge and accept it. Ask and you shall receive is the message here, but also keep in mind that the asking must be done in moderation and within reason. Trust that the divine energies of the octagram will work to help invite and summon more into your life. Okay. There's too much abundance, abundance, abundance with the element of air. You're overthinking this. You're getting too much insight from other people. There's too much like energy being thrown out in all different cylinders. So what's blocking you really, pile number 2, is your feeling of needing to like fix everyone else's problems or show up for them or hold space for them, but you're not holding space for yourself or your own goals. Or you're giving too much of your power away to things that you know just don't serve you and what you're meant to do. With octagram as well, I feel like what's also blocking you from being able to trust this in all of it in its entirety, pile number 2, is this fear of like what's gonna happen once I let go and let it in. And I want to tell you, that part is never pretty. But here's the thing. You know more than me, obviously. What you've gone through was not an easy thing. In your upbringing, somewhere in your past, pile number 2, there is something that you have gone through that not a lot of people are able to get out of alive, mentally intact, or still just a decent human that doesn't become like some sort of serial killer or psychopath or something. Like there's something there that's crazy. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what keeps coming through. Enough to like justify that you can handle this. Like there's something here about coming, it keeps coming back to like you can handle it. Like stop thinking you can't, you can. But again, it's up to choice. It's your perspective. It's how you view the situation. It's how you view the situation. You know that. You know all of this, but you keep letting yourself sit in the unknowingness because it's easier than to let yourself embody the truth. This is such like a stabby reading. I'm so sorry, guys. Like I want you guys to know everything I share is coming in the voice and the energy and the essence at which source wants me to channel these things for you guys. I also want to make it very, very clear that I hold and take this stuff with so much respect and such high regard of you guys, because I understand that I have gone through similar things. Like in all the readings that I do, this is why I made my YouTube channel, Hymns of Heals. Like I built this channel to help you guys become the most healed versions of yourselves. Obviously, if I made this channel, I'd gone through it as well. And I still am, because healing never stops. Self-growth never stops. There's no finish line for it. It's just life and how to work with life better and better as time goes on. You're here to evolve just as much as I am. Know that all these things come through because Source knows that you're ready to hear it. And secondly, because it's time for it to be accepted, embodied, integrated. It's time to release all these things that you thought was the only way to live, because you know that's not the truth. You're so much smarter than you give yourself credit for, pile number 2. But it hurts my heart to think that this reading is the thing you needed to hear for it to click. I hope that's not the case for everyone, but I'm assuming if you ended up clicking this pile, that is. And I just want to hold so much space for you in that regard. Like, don't hesitate to send a comment down below and I will respond, because I want to hold space for you guys. Just let me know which pile you're coming from, because I feel like you guys deserve all the support. You need to know that you're not alone. If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, like, please do. This is a community of people that want to better themselves as much as I do for myself. And as a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, like, I'm here trying to give you guys all the tools needed to show up for yourself in that way, in the best way possible moving forward, okay? So
just know that, keep that in mind, and that's what my readings are all about. So I know, maybe if you're new here, maybe you weren't expecting the reading to be this brutal, but that's just how I roll, okay? No BS here. So let us continue and get some more insight on where this block is playing out in your life right now. How is this block playing out in pile number 2's life? Okay, so we got a couple cards coming through, and the back of the deck says a stubborn, aggressive person. Stubborn, that was the right word I was trying to think of in the past. That's how it feels like you're showing up right now, pile number 2. And the ink pot problems to be resolved was in 2 of Pentacles with the Ace of Swords and mysticism. And then Broken Ring landed on top of 7 of Swords and the King of Swords with instinct, parting of the ways in either romance or business. And then we also have handshake. A meeting with a stranger could be important with Tower and Page of Swords. Maybe a seed was planted in your mind recently on how to get out of this, or maybe you were getting ads, maybe someone reached out to you that wants to help you. I don't know, there's something here about being inspired to want to take action. So maybe it's this reading, maybe it's something like that. But where this blockage is playing out in your life is your inability to listen to it. There's an inability to want to like see it as the truth. I bet a lot of people in the comments are going to attack me for this because it's true. Like, it's hard to be called out, okay? Let's face it. But that's when you got to remember that you got to filter through what the ego's trying to show you, right? Let's shuffle the other half and see if there's any other tea leaf cards that wanted to come through for where this block is playing out in your life, pile number 2. Okay, we had a card that landed on my leg. And then this card that came up. And then we have clouds in the back of the deck, temporary problems. So we have stubborn, aggressive person as this back of the deck with Ram, and then we also have temporary problems. And then we had dark man, dealings or relationship with a man with dark complexion or hair. And then we have egg, success assured with good plans and hard work. But that's hard for you. But I'm hearing you can do it. You can do this. You're being called to start showing up for you. You're being called to... Where this block is playing out in your life, it's going to play out in your ability to how you show up for others right now. There is a little bit of a codependency feeling of like how you show up to others is how you define yourself as a person or your character. So you feel like the second you stop showing up or people pleasing in the way that you have, it's going to like make you seem like terrible, and you're scared people are going to talk about it. You're scared people are going to like do something in a negative light towards you, or maybe you're scared about being honest about what you've been dealing with because you're scared people are going to judge you for that. Like there's something about like a fear of being judged coming through when you know you need to show up and put on a strong face for yourself right now more than anything else, and let go of this need to constantly be there for others by being cutthroat with yourself and understanding that right now the most important person that needs you is yourself. So where this block is playing out in your life is your inability to, it keeps coming up, to show up for yourself. Your inability to show up for yourself, your inability to be honest with yourself, your inability to get out of the loop because you keep trying to get, it's not even like your fault, it's just like you have a big heart. I want to make that clear, sorry. Because I said trying to, but it's sometimes it's just second nature. Like, you just feel bad easily for others, and then you want to help them, and then you're not helping yourself while you help them, and you're not helping them if you're not helping yourself, because then the things that you're helping them with might not even be good enough advice because you're not letting yourself grow either. I don't know, like there's something here about like there's a disservice being put onto those around you the more you let this continue to happen. And so maybe even the relationships or the connections you have in your life, like this block plays out in that, because what you're here to do is break the cycle that you've been in. And this is negatively impacting everyone around you the more you stay stuck in it, and it's negatively impacting yourself because your mental health, like there's a lot of things here that play hand in hand. Now, I really just think
the only thing we can really do moving forward is to just go straight into the next aligned steps, the next aligned step to take to start trusting this, because I think we've gotten all the information we needed. It feels like I'm going in circles now with these cards. So let me just take a sip of water and let us see what the next aligned step is for you to take. So we're going to be getting a card from my Ask Your Guides deck. And then we're also going to be getting my Sacred Creator deck along with, honestly, we're going to do it all. My Shaman Wisdom and my Ancestor Spirit deck. Okay, let's do it. We're going to just overlap everything, guys. What is the next aligned step for pile number 2 to start trusting what they're here to do? What is the next aligned step for pile number 2 to start trusting what they're here to do? Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna go with it. So, there's 2 cards that fell on the floor. And then these cards came upright, so I'm taking them. We got make a mission statement for your soul. And then we also have fierce serenity. And then we have bliss is worth creating from. I'm confused why there's crosses. I'm a little bit confused there. But we have 8, 8 coming out, 26 adding to 8. Okay. And then this adds to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. Okay, 13, 13's coming through. And then we have 8, 8 coming through, so those numbers might be of significance. I want to read what this card has to say because I am very curious to see what it has to say. And then I'm also seeing at the back of the deck collaboration of souls with the number 6. So 6 did come out earlier as well, and you are supported. Maybe there is a person, there's people here that are going to help you. There is a person that keeps coming through, though, that's going to help you. Okay, so before we look at that, let's keep shuffling. So what is the next aligned step for pile number 2 to start trusting what they're here to do? What is the next aligned step for pile number 2 to start trusting what they're here to do? Okay, we got 2 cards coming out, and they are Denial number 22, Divine Helpers, and Exhaustion, also in the category of Divine Helpers. Interesting. Exhaustion and... Yes, remember I said like you're so tired because you're aware of how hard it's going to be, but you don't want to admit to yourself that you need to do it. So you keep putting on... Oh my God. Okay. Let us see what these cards have to say, because I feel like there are some important messages that we're missing out on if we don't look at the booklet. So let me look up, because these 2 are self-explanatory, but I want to understand why these 2 things are crossed out. Like maybe there's a message in here that kind of explains that a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, like it wasn't a mistake, the crossing out of words, so... Essential, okay, here we go, let's read it. I'm trying to make this bend, sorry. Bliss attracts bliss. When you decide to live with bliss in your heart, you call more of the good stuff into your life. This is Manifestation 101, and rather conveniently, bliss is the end game and the vehicle to take you there. Tap into it, and it can power your dreams. Find it daily, and you've got a badass success strategy. Think about it. Wouldn't bliss help you to build things a lot quicker? Wouldn't your dream feel a whole lot closer and way more possible if you remembered that you had bliss on tap whenever you needed it? Do you desire a higher tolerance, number 55, coming through? For risk. Increase productivity to rid your system of toxins and stress. You can rewrite your brain to pump out the happy hormones that make it all possible. So find more joy in your life and give yourself an edge when facing challenges. If you've been working on it already, keep going. If you've been neglecting some aspects of your self-care, this card is a loving wake-up call that your creativity may be suffering because of your current mindset, mental health, physical vitality, or waning commitment to a daily practice. It's time to do the work, sweet soul, because wiring your life for joyful bliss is your best success strategy. Is there something, a person, a belief, a feeling, or a worry that's getting in the way of your bliss? How can you let it go? What is one small action that you can take today that will nourish your spirit? What have you been neglecting? And how can you open up your schedule for some ongoing soul time, meditation, nutrition, exercise? What is your soul medicine? Please take notes, guys. If you haven't already, please be taking notes. I'm so happy I read that because remember I was mentioning the word perspective, and that's coming through very, very strongly. And the number 8 is coming through as well. And that's reminding me of the 8th house. And that's reminding me of going deep inside of you and being brutally honest with yourself on what you're wanting, going in your own definition of what underworld is, and understanding where the deepest desires lie within you for your heart, not what your brain wants. If maybe there's a dopamine addiction, I don't know what it is. Maybe a lot of you guys that selected this pile have ADHD, or like, you're gonna hate me. I love you guys. Know that. I have ADHD. I was diagnosed when I was 7. I've been taking medication since I was 7. Been trying to quit. So just know, don't hate me. But I am hearing that some of you guys might be blaming your mental stuff on why you still aren't doing what you know you're here to do. You're still blaming it on a lot of things, for not showing up better, for not growing, for not evolving, and that's just keeping you in a bubble and trapped state of mind. I had to say it. Source wanted me to say it. And don't forget, the back of the deck energy for everyone that selected this video was Saboteur for a reason. Guys, remember that. Oh my god, my thing is... Sometimes my cards stop, like, my camera starts, like, glitching and I can't make it focus. And due to self-destructive behavior, highlights your fear of self-empowerment and the changes it would bring to your life. Yep. So just keep that in mind as we keep reading along. Now, let me continue to piece everything together. But I feel like I have, because Fierce Serenity is reminding me of this energy of, like, you'll know. Oh, 888 is coming through because this is octagram. Yeah, that makes sense now. But write that down, please, and then look into the meaning of 888 later. But this makes a lot of sense why Fierce Serenity also came through pile number 2, because this is showing to me, like, there is an easier way to do it. And remember I was saying, like, you think it's going to be hard, but it doesn't need to be. Now I understand why that message came through. Like, it is about shifting your perspective because you've gone through crazier things with less knowledge, less wisdom, less knowing than you have now. You're a lot smarter. Like I said, you don't give yourself enough credit for a lot of the things. And now you just need the emotional why. So if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say that, I do have a video that helps you figure out your emotional why. You'd have to, I think, explore. It might be on my playlist on neuroplasticity, or it might be, I think it's like manifest something, or it might be like just one of my brainy videos. You'll see them. I have a lot of different neuroscience videos, but if you check out my channel, and I have one on helping you, like, how to stop negative thinking or, like, connect to your emotional why. I have to figure out which one that is. But if you're interested in that, let me know in the comments down below if you can't find it, if that's something you want to look up on your own. But Source wanted me to share that as well. Oh, you know another thing that just came through as well in terms of another aligned step to take? It's interesting. Source sometimes asks me to share these things. It feels like I'm being asked to share this with you because it will help you guys, specifically pile number 2, if this is something you're open to. I am in the process of creating. Your reading is not done yet. I'm just sharing what's coming through. I'm just saying in case you're like, oh, she's talking about herself, because I'm not. I still have stuff to talk to you about for you. And this is important too. If the source wants me to share it, there's a reason. I'm in the process of
Oh, I just released a wait list in like a little Google form that I have set up on my Linktree, that I call my mini website, for people that are interested to participate in virtual healing circles, gatherings, and workshops that have to do with self growth, deep healing, and just self transformation, self discovery, understanding ourselves better, all of that, including neuroscience, including spirituality, all the things that you can think of that have to do with healing and self growth is there and will be there. And if this is something that you're interested in, I do highly recommend that you guys sign up for that. You'll find it on my Linktree link in the description box down below, and you'll also find my Linktree link in my YouTube channel homepage with the next to my bio of the YouTube channel. So I highly recommend that you guys check it out, because when you go there specifically, you'll be able to read what it's all about, and then you'll get to actually make your decision there. I feel like that is something that will really help you guys once I do get them started. Have like a community, like feel like you're not alone in this, because for some reason I feel like with the stranger and then just like the energy of just people that kept coming through that I was sensing, a collaboration of souls, like there is a reason why I felt called to share that here, and I feel like it would really benefit you guys specifically. So I just wanted to share that in case that's something that you would be open to doing down the road. Just know that it is peer witnessed, and you know, you don't even have to talk in them if you don't feel comfortable. And I am aiming to make every circle as accessible as possible and an affordable, economical pricing, because at the end of the day, I'm doing this to help people heal. And yeah, so just check it out if you feel called to. But let us continue. I just wanted to get that out of the way because Source wanted me to share it. We are going to number 20. Maybe this has to do with workaholics too, because remember I said the word workaholic was here? You guys weren't able to see that. Workaholic? So, oh, what was underneath that? Perfection. Maybe some of you guys have subscribed to me for a while and then have heard the word workaholism. Maybe you've heard this stuff before, but let's see. So, exhaustion. Oh my god, my freaking camera, guys. Exhaustion and divine helpers, overload mania, workaholism, overdrive, 33. You guys are getting repeating numbers on the pages. Like, that's not a coincidence. This is all Source trying to tell you to keep listening. You know what I mean? Okay, your divine helpers are here advising you that while it's essential that you do everything in your power to fulfill your goals, it's equally important to know when to back off and allow the universe to work its magic on your behalf. You've done enough. Allow these beautiful and highly competent guides to step in and take over. Your enthusiasm is your gift, but unless it's properly contained, it can undermine your best intentions. Your divine helpers gently remind you that just as plants need water to grow, too much will drown their ability to blossom. The same principle applies to your efforts. Overdoing is fear in disguise. Do not allow it to keep you in the manic mode. Give yourself more breathing space. Trust that your divine helpers are on the job, overseeing your success so you can rest. You need to let go and turn responsibility over to others. Just because you need rest doesn't mean that they do. Ask your divine helpers for assistance in this. They know better than you what you need right now. I think that was a typo. Ease up and let them work their miracles. Their message is rest. Okay. So I believe that card coming through is showing to us that feeling. Well, let me keep going because I think these two cards wanted to be combined in meaning, so it'll make more sense. So we have denial with divine helpers again. We have confusion, distortion, ignorance, and compromise. Your divine helpers are here to help you take off your blinders and more honestly assess the difficulties in your intimate relationships. Although you prefer to believe that ignorance is bliss, the truth is that denial is not a river in Egypt, nor is it a genuine form of protection against unhappiness. Your guides gently ask you to summon the courage to honestly admit the real problems that exist in your relationships. As difficult as they may be, until you do so, there's no chance that these shadows will ever heal. So for example, admit when your wife isn't just tipsy but rather is drunk, as she can be on many nights. Or admit, at least to yourself, that when your son says he can't find a job, it's because he isn't looking that hard. Or that when your partner says he must work late every single
every single night for months that an affair or other digression is likely. Most important, admit that you might be hiding from your loved ones. Acknowledge your fears, addictions, excuses, and failures honestly and with compassion. Realize that what your mind blots out, your heart knows, and so does everyone else. In other words, when you're in denial, you're only kidding yourself. What your mind blots out, your heart knows. Your divine helpers want you to acknowledge these unpleasant realities because until you do, you'll be stuck with them. Not every unpleasant reality needs to be challenged or changed. However, sometimes it's best to compromise or let things be. If your partner is generally sloppy, for example, but is otherwise a gem, let it go. However, if your partner is in serious trouble or vice versa, you're only harming yourself and others and perpetuating the problem by denying it. I'm so happy I read that card before I read that one. Okay.
You've been working so hard to keep this illusion up with yourself, with everyone else around you, and it is tiring. You are so exhausted. And Source is saying, make a mission statement for your soul because now is the time to fiercely claim and reclaim your peace. Because the second you start honoring the truth of everything, and the way to start that is to go inside your inner world and really ask yourself what you want, then that's what's going to help you be able to keep going. Like I said, I feel like a lot of this is about finding your emotional why. I love these cards so far. Let me know in the comments down below how you feel about this reading. I really feel like it was all over the place, but I think the reason why I feel like it's all over the place is because this information is not my information to absorb. So maybe that means that I'm just having a little bit of self-doubt in the mix of like my channeling. So let me know in the comments, guys, please. It would mean a lot to me. I'm just so curious to see how this reading landed for you guys, and just know that everything I do here, I'm working with Source side by side. Like, I don't just tell you guys what you want to hear if you can't tell by now. I tell you guys how Source wants me to deliver it. So let's get a final card out here before we go into final messages for you in terms of the next aligned step to take to start trusting this, what you're meant to do. So we got respect your physical body in the back of the deck with the words detox, rejuvenate, and relax. Okay, and then we had rest here coming through. And then we also got landing on element of air and octagram, family connections, respect. Oops, sorry. We got the word respect coming out twice. So we got respect, people, and kinship, family connections. You're meant to go like find a soul family, a community, something that helps you heal. Now I understand why that message came through to sign up. Because that's really what I'm trying to build. And I feel like as humans, the collective, like, we're all meant to come together. Like, we don't have to go through healing alone. And respect your physical body's coming through because you know the time is to begin doing that, going in your inner world. It's time to begin cleansing yourself from the inside out because there are things here that need to be released. There are addictive tendencies that came through so many times, and it really just feels like Source just keeps saying the same things over and over and over. And Source is asking me to read this, so I think that's going to be the last little thing we read before we go on to your final messages to finish up your reading today, guys. So let me get the booklet out here. Respect your physical body. I feel like there's something in there that's really important for you. Okay. The ancestors speak. It is time to pay more attention to your physical surroundings, both your body and the environment where you live and work. Your mortal body is just as important as your spiritual energy. It is important to look after the vessel that carries your soul. Consider how you contribute to your health and well-being. Also, look at the energy where you live and work. Create a sacred space so you can go home to relax and recharge. 1% safer moments is coming through. The word 1% safer moments. There's a video I made. I'm asking, Source wants me to share it with you.
It's how to feel safe, or how to keep healing when life feels unsafe, I think it's called. Highly recommend you guys check out that video. I think it's literally like 4 minutes long, so it's a quick watch, but there's some stuff in there that I think can really help you. Divinatory meaning: attend to your physical, emotional, and mental space. Like a buildup of dust, toxins, thoughts, ideas, and feelings can accumulate and start to dull your energies. Create a bubble in your... This is literally Moon and Pisces energy, like all the way, empathy. Create a bubble in your routine where you can process and release stress. Yes, emotions or physical impurities. Sweat it out in a sauna, in a sauna, or with a run or walk in the fresh air. Notice what you're consuming and limit the processed foods, chemicals, or negativity you're taking in. A cleansing diet or skin treatment will have benefits for your whole self. Again, it's about detox, rejuvenation. It's about a cleansing. Wow. It really just feels like your reading was very like straightforward, but not at the same time. Does that make sense? Let's get some final messages from Source now. Actually, I think this one wants to come through as a final message, so I don't even think this one wants to come through. Let's just use this. Okay, this is going to be a final message from Source. I said that was going to be the last thing we read, but I guess I lied. I'm sorry. But the Shaman Wisdom cards want to give you a final message, and then we're also going to get some sliplets of paper from my little jar. Final message for pile number 2. Final messages for pile number 2. Okay. We have the Mint. Number 29. 1111 keeps coming through like crazy for you guys. Mint. Masculine, East, Mercury, and Air. We're going to read it. But this is very self-stimulating. I know mint is a very stimulating herb. It's an herb that doesn't have caffeine, but it helps keep yourself alert and aware. So, with my knowledge, we're going to read it. And before we read it, let me just get the messages, the final messages from Source for you. Final messages for pile number... Ooh, my hand's stuck. 2. Ooh, there's something that wants to come through here. Okay. So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 messages coming through. Before we read them, let us read this Mint Shaman Wisdom card. I am Mint. I am your breath of fresh air. My fragrance stimulates and intensifies your sensual nature. My powerful bouquet purifies thought and soothes the nerves. Your energies are enhanced and your creative strengths increased by the correct use of my properties. I will protect your path and your resources. I am purification to your entire being. I am your energy. I am your strength. I like that. It's like this energy of maybe you're being encouraged to have more mint in your diet, mint tea. Because I'm hearing like you need some sort of stimulation to contain or maintain self-awareness or to stay productive, and that can really, really help because it's caffeine free. Sorry if my alarm just went off, but I think that if my alarm went off and I forgot to turn it off before this reading, I think that's a message from Source saying like, look, this is ding-a-ding, like correct. I don't know, but mint tea might be of importance, or drinking some sort of herbal infusion like I have. I was iced. That can help maintain awareness or like activate your alpha waves. L-theanine might also be very helpful. I am not a doctor. I'm just sharing what I'm seeing, okay? Now let's read the final messages to finish up your reading. This one's a big one. We have... The truth is, you already know what you need to do, but you've been asking for more signs because doing the thing would mean you finally stop betraying yourself. This message is a sign. It's permission to trust your own inner signal. The truth is, you already know what you need to do. But you've been asking for more signs because doing the thing would mean you finally stop betraying yourself. This message is a sign. It's permission to trust your own inner signal. Damn, that one like just fully called you out brutally. Next one. Oh, wow. No effing wonder. That is, I'm trying to make it focus, guys. I'm sorry. My thing is like really acting up my focus because I have to tap it. And my thing won't focus unless I get it in this little square on the screen. Don't share this reading with anyone. It was meant only for the version of you who picked this pile. Sorry, I was trying to read it. Don't share this reading with anyone. It was meant only for the version of you who picked this pile. That's why I said to read it or listen to it alone or with headphones. Oh my God, now I know why. Okay. Next up. Stop waiting to feel ready. You're ready enough. What you're calling patience is just fear in disguise. Take the damn step. Stop waiting to feel ready. You're ready enough. What you're calling patience is just fear in disguise. Take the damn step. Second to last one. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. And lastly, my beautiful soul, this energy is surfacing because you're ready to meet it with love, not fear. I literally said this to you guys. This energy is surfacing because you're ready to meet it with love, not fear. Guys, you have no clue how random these sliplets of paper are. None of these papers in this jar say the same thing. These are all individual messages, and I made sure to have no duplicates of energy in any of these. So the fact that you got all these messages as your last thing, I got goosebumps going up my right arm. That's a confirmation from source that you are meant to show up in your masculine energy right now to start taking the steps that you need to do to get out of this mess, whatever mess means to you. So with that, pile number 2. This reading was very, very heavy, very, very intense. I want to let you know from the bottom of my heart that I hope it triggered you. Why do I say that? Because as a healer, or a facilitator for healing, because I don't like to call myself a healer, this stuff, what I do for a living, what I aim to do on this channel, how I aim to show up is to trigger you guys. Why? Because when we trigger others, we are poking wounds, we are opening wounds, we are accessing wounds inside of them that they would not have been able to look at without being quote unquote triggered in the first place. Where you get triggered in your life is where you're meant to examine, is where you're meant to dissect a little bit closer, reflect on a little bit deeper, because there are things there that you're not looking at because you're afraid to. You're not looking at them because you're throwing a cover over its head so that you don't have to look at it. What is it that triggered you in this reading today? And I encourage you guys to do some reflecting on your own, in your own time, to kind of really sit with yourself and answer those questions. Feel free to hit the like button if this reading resonated, and just know that you do have a community here that would love for you to be a part of it. I would love for you to be a part of it, and you are not alone. Okay, like I literally mentioned as many things as I could that source wanted me to mention in terms of the waiting list for the healing circles that I'm trying to do. I plan on starting them the second I get enough people to begin. So with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and just know that it really takes a true
like warrior, a true human to really show up for themselves and listen to these things till the very end. So just know that you've been showing up for yourself consistently since you started listening to this reading. And if you're still here, you're the real winner today. Be proud of yourself. You're showing up. This is the first step. You can literally identify listening to this reading to the very end as your first step to taking this step forward for yourself for what you're here to do. Just continue forward now. I send you so much love, and hopefully I'll see you in my other pick a cards to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number threes. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, this beautiful healer archetype card, then you already know that this is your reading in regards to what it is that's blocking you from fully trusting in your purpose and whatever purpose might mean to you. So the light attributes for this card is passion to serve others by repairing the body, mind, and spirit, ability to help transform pain into healing. Shadow attributes are taking advantage of those who need help, failing to care for oneself. That makes a lot of sense if this is a healer archetype. Failing to care for oneself. So I am very intrigued because your pile, I felt like I literally needed a couple of days to actually hold space to do this reading. I don't know why. It just felt like this one was going to come in hot, was going to come in heavy. And I feel as if source, your spiritual counsel, whatever is coming through that I'm channeling really just wanted me to make sure that I'm holding as much space as possible for you guys emotionally, because this has a very strong emotional layer to it. This might be extremely hard to let go of, is what I'm hearing, the thing that's blocking you. But we're going to obviously dive into all of it together. When it comes to your significator card that allowed you to select your pile, obviously this is giving us archetypal energy and ideology, a sense of what you were here to do. But the fact that source, I feel really, I never have a plan with these. I do have a plan, but then source tells me things differently the way when I go through each pile. For you guys, pile number three, source wants me to look at the shadow attribute and associate that with what's blocking you from trusting it partially. It seems like this is giving us a hint on like surface level of what to expect within this reading, but at the same time I feel like there's way more than meets the eye when it comes to the situation that you're in particular. I did forget to mention, make sure you cherry pick what resonates, leave what doesn't. Take notes, please. I always try to encourage that. My readings tend to be very, very long for good reason, because I try to give you guys every single thing that's coming through, okay? So with that being said, we're going to be getting more details on this by looking at first what you're here to do specifically. So what you're here to share to the world, what you're here to do specifically in general. Let me just place my crystals up here and my bronzite wand over here. The marker that I felt called for you guys, I guess, is the color brown. We already dived into this in the introduction, but this is a very grounding color. It has like a little bit of a coffee, like latte color tint to it. And it's implying to me this energy of stability, grounding. But the more I look at this and observe the color, for some reason, it's also giving me a feeling of hypervigilance for some reason. I don't know why. Normally browns and earthy tones are meant to be grounding. So maybe that is your energy that I'm channeling right now. But we're going to be using this marker to help us write down the natal chart placements that's going to come through as I flip through with my eyes closed in the Oracle Over the Radiance and booklet that I have, to get a placement to help us understand what you're here to do more specifically. And then we're also going to be using my Celtic Spirit deck and my Heaven and Earth Tarot for this section first. So let us get the cards out, and then we're just gonna shuffle really quick, and then we're gonna get the placement, and that way we can just dive right into it all together at once. So what is it that pile number three is here to do? Oh, this is the tarot. Let's do that last. Let's do this first. What is it that pile number 3 is here to do? What is it that pile number 3 is here to do whenever they come across this video? Oh, okay. We got a card just kind of sliding out like that. I was going to put it away. Source wanted me to stop right there. Back of the deck wants to be seen. The back of the deck energy here is She of the Woods, number 19, adding to 10, 1 and 9. Peace, connection, and home. For some reason, this is ringing in my ears like completion energy. Like there is an evolution and ascension about to take place. There's like a commencing energy. Okay, let me just leave this. Okay, so we got this one card. Let's get the tarot now. What is it that pile number 3 is here to do? What is it that pile number 3 is here to do? Okay. No clue how many cards I got out. This one shot out upright. Source wants us to see it now. I actually normally see these as significator cards to stand out for the theme, but here it's actually giving, like I heard a message as I shuffled, like it came out and it was their current energy. So your current energy. Back of the deck. Okay, yeah. We have the 8 of Swords coming out with the key word shortened force. And then the 2 of Swords also coming out, depicting your current energy with the word peace. Like I said, it feels like there's going to be a lot of this feeling of resistance when we are going to dive in and figure out what it is that's blocking you from trusting in your purpose, pile 3, because, oh my God. And then right underneath it, bro, I'm not kidding. We have the 10 of Swords. And the only reason why I was surprised is because I saw the number 10 up here in Roman numerals. I don't think you can see it. It might be a little bit too dark on your end, guys. But when I added the She of the Woods 1 and 9, adding to 10, this card is not specifically about completion, but in my head, I was like hearing completion because the number, the meaning of numerology, like number 10, it's about completion and ending of some kind. And then we have the 10 of Swords kind of just showing. So this is something that is necessary, but it's hard to admit to yourself. It's hard to accept. If this resonates, I'm hearing that you have an idea of what I am talking about already. If it doesn't resonate, then ignore what I'm sharing. But pile number 3, it does feel like there's something internally in your mental world that's kind of messing with you in the sense of like what's really meant for you versus what's really not, because of the strong attachments that energetically I keep feeling there is on just anything that comes into your life and you feel like has some significance. Like there's a latching that happens with that thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this card is going to start us off. All right, now let us get the natal chart placement so we can get the booklet out of the way and also look at the imagery associated, the card associated with the placement. So what is it that pile number 3 is here to do? Okay, so we actually received Saturn in Cancer with the keyword charity in the 4th house. Saturn is the suit of ambition. Cancer is all about nurturing attachment. Ooh, okay. I was literally there was nothing in the cards that were giving me this feeling of attachment. Okay. This was coming through pure intuition. And so channeling, I guess you can say. So the fact that the word attachment's like coming out like that, and the emotion, you know, Cancer is one of the most emotional signs of the zodiac. Because they're ruling, I want to say planet, but I know it's not a planet. It's the moon. It's a rock. Okay.
But, let's keep going. Look at the imagery here that's associated with the card, and let us read the description right here. A mother with her two children moves protectively away from a large, impressive, but severe building. In the sky, angels reach out in sympathy to the three figures. Sorry, I'm just like really just absorbing everything. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you guys have gone through a lot. Let me just write this down and we are going to kind of just, again, reveal the cards and dive into everything all at once. I'm already getting a lot of downloads. Oh, now I understand. Okay. There, one of the reasons why I could have ended up selecting this color marker for your pile number 3, is because maybe you lacked, and it gave me that feeling of hypervigilance, but this color is supposed to be grounding, like earthy tone, stability, and all that. Maybe you lacked that in your life. Maybe there was a lack of stability in your life. And where there's safety, it scares the bejesus out of you because you're so familiar with the highs, the extremes. Does that make sense? All right. That is very interesting. And number 4, fourth house, roots, familial things. For example, I have in my natal chart Pluto and Chiron in the 4th house. And so for me, like basically for what Chiron's about, it's like known as the wounded healer. And in astrology, the 4th house is about your roots, your upbringing, family dynamics, this and that. When it's in Chiron, it shows that for me, my trauma, my family, my childhood trauma, my upbringing, all that is like the biggest source of wounding. And the biggest thing that if I heal, I gain the most strength. I gain what I lacked. Does that make sense? So what I lacked because of the trauma, if I face it head on and I heal it, I work through it, I'm able to get the thing that trauma made me have a lack of. For me, it was community. For me, it was support. For me, it was love and acceptance. It was feeling like I can fit in. Just all the things. I could keep going into it, but that's a different story for another day. If you guys would love to know about my trauma, let me know. I am an open book with that. But, this is not about me. It's about you. So, okay, interesting. Saturn in Cancer. And I can understand why all of this is hard. And it's specifically mentally. If you notice, these are all swords, okay? So the cards that came up right first are all swords. And right underneath that, we have the Emperor, number 4. And then Judgment. Oh my God, guys. This is intense energy. All right. So let us look at the Celtic spirit. You have Master of the Hunt with speed, masculinity, and flow. Number 15 immediately just popping into my mind, major arcana, the devil. Number 19, I believe, is the sun. So, oh, wow. Oh, and this makes so much sense. If you got your significator card, pile number 3, that helped you select this pile is the healer, because the healer is able to bring light into the spaces that people don't want to look at. What you're here to do or share is that, wow. So some of you guys might not even have faced your trauma fully head on just yet. And you guys are being called to, encouraged by source, by spirit. You might have been seeing repeating numbers, or I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm picturing someone driving, or they're looking out the window in the backseat of a car. Someone else could be driving. And it's like those regular solemn melancholy moments. You're looking out and you just see a light shining down through clouds, and you just see that light beam, that ray of light, and you're like, whoa. And it feels kind of angelic in a way, ethereal in a way, because it feels like source is speaking to you. There's symbolism there. You might have noticed that there might have been moments in your life, or just the last couple of months is what I'm hearing, where you're like, whoa, could this mean something? Or you're questioning it. You see a feather and you're like, does this mean something, or am I just making stuff up?
I don't know if that makes sense.
But for some reason that is coming through. If that has not happened to you yet, it is very likely that that is something that is going to begin after you're done listening to this reading, and that will be confirmation that this initiation is already taking place, this commencing moment, because this does feel like a commencement of some kind, like I mentioned at the very beginning before we even got your cards out. So this is really showing that to me. Like I'm hearing trumpets, like dun 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 dun. So like there is something beginning, and the fact that we have speed, masculinity, flow. Sorry, I'm just the 3 spirals moving through it. And that's where it's hard. Okay, let's look at your tarot and then we'll put everything together. So the card that really wanted to be seen first, we have the 7 of Wands with the word valor. All right, next up, we have
The 3 of Wands with established strength. Okay, like a lot. Okay. Oof, this is making sense, guys. This is uncomfortable because I think I know where this is going, and I know this feeling, like the feeling that you guys will very soon feel, or maybe are already feeling, because I think you guys already have a hint on where this is going too. Oh my God, you might have been even getting signs. Maybe that's why I was feeling that feeling of like signs. Maybe you were getting like ads for like healing. Like maybe you were getting like, why am I getting, you know, that ad for BetterHelp? I'm not sponsored, guys. And I usually get it a lot on my YouTube. When I'm watching YouTube videos, that's why I mentioned it. But like you're getting therapy ads, you're getting ads to like mental health services or healing or something like that. That could also be like, okay, like, is this source telling me something? Like you might be having these weird feelings like, why is this all happening? And it's time. I'm actually filming this during eclipse season, guys. So this is the time of miraculous, drastic, very intense change. Whether we embrace it or not, it's gonna happen. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. If you embrace it, there's so much beauty in store. If you don't, there's lessons and there's still beauty in that. So there's no right or wrong. There's like, I don't want you guys to feel pressure me sharing that, but this is probably divinely timed. And again, this is a timeless reading. Doesn't matter when you're watching this, but the fact that I'm recording this during this type of timing, right? I think it adds even more emphasis to the importance of your message and why Source literally was like, take a couple days off, bro. Like go breathe, recenter, reground, because this one's really gonna need all of your freaking energy. And I'm like, okay. So, you know, I had to take those couple days off. Okay, next up, oops, we have the 2 of Cups. The 6 of Cups. I'm so curious where this is gonna go. I feel called to, okay, I'm just gonna do it the way Source is asking me to. So we're gonna start going into the next row. The Queen of Cups. Source wants me to do it like this. The King of Cups, literally right next to the Queen of Cups, guys. Dude, like, what? Wow. We have the 10 of Pentacles with the keyword wealth. The fact that the cards wanted to be laid out like this. Next up, we have the Hermit right below the 2 of Cups. We have Justice. Wow, there is choice here. Oh my God, now I know why Source wanted me to talk about eclipse season. Remember, I was like, choice, but then I was like, but don't feel pressured. Wow, there is a lot of pressure on the line. Oh my God, what is going on for you guys? Comment down below, let me know, please. I'm so curious because I know everyone has like their own individual situation, and I want to be there for you guys. Lastly, we have the Seven of Swords with unstable effort. Wow, and that actually is landing right underneath this Two of Swords. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Wow. Toxic cycles, dude. Toxic cycles. There are so many different messages coming through on what this could be about, okay? I'm going to try to make this as universally resonant as possible so you guys can plug this information in to your specific situation. First thing that's coming through though, I know we're sharing what you're here to do, but Source wants me to give you a message directly right now. The choice that you make right now or moving forward is going to literally be the thing that sets up where your path is going to lead you towards for a very long time. Like you're literally shaping your destiny through making this decision. But what you're here to do, Source doesn't want it to feel like a decision that's so hard to have to make. For you, pile number 3, Source wants you to believe that what you're here to do, like you know that this is what's best for you. And I think that in this experience, in this journey, wow, and the candle just went out in front of me. That's confirmation. Okay, that has never happened in a reading. That was crazy. Source is coming here saying to you, through me, that what you're here to do is to remember how powerful you've always been, to protect your peace. Okay, I love the fact that the Queen of Cups ended up being the one card right here on her own. Why? Because she's directly beneath the Master of the Hunt, which has speed, masculinity, and flow. When I think about masculine energy, this is fire energy. This is spreading energy. This is going. This is expansion energy. This is speed, like movement. This is taking action. Like I think of a dog, right? In masculine energy. Feminine energy is like a cat. Okay, does that make sense? Queen of Cups. Queens are the protectors in tarot. All right. The kings are like the leaders. They're the ones that are very established in their element that they rule over. The fact that you have the Queen of Cups literally on her own, she has no pairing of tarot above her. This is giving me the impression that there is a spotlight shining on this card. The fact that I'm sensing that, oh, and then we have the 2 Cancer symbols right here at the bottom. I don't know if you guys can see that. And then you had Saturn in Cancer. And then you have Gemini like kind of like right there, dude. Wow. This is giving me the energy of expressing your truth, expressing and honoring your truth, and protecting your truth with all your might. What you're here to do is to heal the wound that has been holding you back from honoring your true sense of self-worth. And maybe they're at a point in your life, pile number 3, where you don't even know what that feeling of self-worth is because you don't even know how to embody it just yet. You are on the journey, on the pathway, and being given the opportunity to start establishing that for yourself right now through this decision that you are literally meant to make. And here's the thing that I find so beautiful, and I'm going to stand by it. 1010 might be of significance to you. I wanted to share that. And what you're here to do is to go shape the life that you've always wanted for yourself in the realm of, like I said, self-worth. So what I mean by that, okay? The reason why I'm wording things like this, by the way, is because I'm looking at the 10 of Pentacles that's paired up with the 3 of Wands here. And it's giving me this energy of somebody who, like, okay, so with self-worth, okay, I'm gonna give you examples. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm the best at explaining things right now. With self-worth, I mean building a life that you deserve regarding your self-worth, aligned with your sense of self-worth that you're meant to embody. You know that you deserve better. That's something I'm hearing. And you know it. You don't want to admit it, but you know it. And that's why it's so hard to be so honest with yourself. And it's for the last couple of weeks or something like that. Or last month, last couple of weeks. I don't know. It's something like that. But because of it, it really feels like you're reaching a turning point. And this turning point is going to get determined by the choice you make. When I'm talking about self-worth, I'm talking about building the life that has to do with like the money. Okay, does the amount of money that you make align with what you believe you deserve? Does the friends that you have or your social circle, the people you surround yourself with, does that align with the version of you that you want to embody and move closer and closer towards each and every day? Are they honoring that? Are they holding space for that? Like other examples, the food that you eat, is that aligned with the self-worth that you know you deserve to have? Like, is this what your body deserves? Pile number 3. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there is this feeling of what you're here to do is to align your literal entirety, life. Like your life is a pizza and there's slices. Each slice, an area of your life has and serves a purpose of some kind. And it's meant to align with your sense of self-worth and the sense of self-worth that you have been developing through this toxic cycle. There was a really unhealthy cycle, and it could have been with a person, it could have been with people, is what I'm hearing. And it has a tendency to be around, there could be like this feel, okay, again, very different energies coming through. Family, it could be people that have high influence on you of some kind, but the influence isn't healthy. It doesn't serve the sense of self-worth that you're meant to develop in this lifetime. Because it actually, I don't know if you feel this, but you'll know who I'm talking about if those people literally feel like they're energetically pulling you back or holding you back from where you know your soul's been trying to slowly nudge you in going towards. You have been very brutally taken advantage of in the past, and you're meant to release that and stop letting, I'm hearing sob stories get in your head and keep you from doing what you know is better and best for you. Wow. Like people really, I don't know if they manipulated you, but it's like you weren't aware for a good chunk of time. And that's why I was feeling like maybe you guys haven't fully looked at your trauma regarding your past, because I keep sensing that a lot of what you're here to do is to heal and like work on that, because that's the thing that's going to help you figure out what you want to do, to like fulfill some sort of prophecy or legacy moving forward. Uh, like there's some sort of lesson, some sort of experience that you're meant to embark on in your inner world, pile number 3, that, or maybe you just started it, but there's still so much surface level of looking at it here. I don't feel like you're in the depths of it just yet. And there is a fear of exploring it further because you know that there's going to be truths here. What do you want me to show me, source? The green woman, feminine nature, oneness. Number 4, yeah. You know that there is a lot of truths in your inner world that you don't really want to face just yet. It feels like it might be a little bit too much for you right now, considering what you've got going on. But, and I'm saying that because I feel like your like physical life, like maybe work, responsibilities, obligations is like very busy for you. But you are 100% meant to do that because, and fight to hold space for yourself in that way, regardless of how busy you are, you make time for it, because this is literally leading you to a legacy of some kind that you're going to be able to build on for your generations to come in your family line. Like this is really going to change your whole reality. Oh wow, like that's crazy. And I know this might feel super like I don't want you guys to think that I'm doing like surface level stuff, guys, but the way that this is just so specific, and it is time to like weigh your past out and like look back at that. Like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger is what I'm hearing. And there's something in there that you have yet to fully explore. And I think it has to do with like family or like a friend when you were a kid, a sibling, like a young person. I don't know what happened. It's just there's something very heavy here that has you try to avoid thinking about or dealing with or looking at too intensely. And sources saying like what you're here to do is actually unravel that,
because that's the very thing that unlocks the key to helping you understand the rest.
Okay, let's get some more information on what is actually blocking you from trusting what you're here to do. Because we're getting obviously this feeling of avoidance, this fear, right? This blockages that you keep putting in your mind, maybe finding ways to not do it. But I feel like there's obviously more specifics as we continue to dive deeper. So let's get to it. What is blocking pile number 3 from trusting what they're here to do? Okay, that was quick. We have one chakra wisdom card coming through. Let's get more. What's blocking pile number 3 from trusting what they are here to do? What's blocking pile number 3 from trusting what they're here to do? Okay, we got one card that fell out. And I'm going to try to keep it. I don't even know what this word means, dude. What does Kimura mean? Guys, I don't know what Kimura means. I have to look that up. But let's keep going. What's blocking pile number 3 from trusting in what they are here to do? What's blocking? Okay, the energy here is crazy. Whoa. Feels like my cards are trying to like go everywhere. Okay. What's blocking pile number 3 from trusting in what they are here to do? Okay. Back of the deck wants to be seen. It says increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. Okay, back of the deck energy. That's something you're currently experiencing right now. There's this feeling of you are literally like increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. There is this feeling of wisdom being gained right now. Like there is a, like I said, initiation, commencement of some kind. And it's intense, but it's essential and it's very, very necessary. Okay, let's continue. We have another little set of the tea leaf cards. What's blocking pile number 3 from trusting in what they are here to do? What's blocking pile 3 and trusting what they are here to do? Okay, back of the deck, indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. Okay, yep, well, that was also there too. Okay, this one wants to be seen too. Someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Oh my God, they are extremely calling you out. Pile number 3. And we have the box landing right on top of the tent above the 2 of Swords and the 7 of Swords. It says, tent is temporary situation. Box, you will receive a gift. Oh, wow. And then, okay, Kimura wanted to be here. The Chakra Wisdom card is impasse with Sacral Chakra ruling this card. You are so avoiding right now, so heavily. Like, the only thing that's holding this back from happening and trusting in it is yourself. And I think, okay, I'm literally picturing a different persona of you that lives inside you that only comes out to be the protector. And it happens every time your brain snaps into survival mode, which has been a lot because you're still stuck in it. Like you think everything won't, like there's this, I don't know if you always predict things are gonna like a negative outcome will come out of things rather than a positive one. Like there's a lack of holding space for possibility. It's more so just black and white in certain arenas regarding yourself and what you could potentially gain. There's like just black and white thinking on it. And it's so logical to the point where like your brain's keeping you in that logical hemisphere, basically, trying to protect you and your emotional body because there's too much emotion. There's this feeling of like an overflow, an influx. There's way too much feeling beneath the surface. And like on top of the surface is this protective mechanism that's like literally purposely, like your inner world is purposely blocking you from accessing deeper. And I know you feel this, pile number 3, because it is really just trying to protect you. There's this fear of like you not being able to have your own back just yet, or there's this feeling of like, if I go too deep in exploration, I don't think I'll be able to make it out. But here's the thing. I have a really strong feeling that what you've gone through up until this point was so freaking traumatic that if anyone else were put in your situation, they might not even be here. But it does feel like your mental health is a lot more resilient than it should be, considering what you've gone through. Does that make sense? And so pile number 3, what I'm trying to say is you need to understand, like, these things don't happen because source believes you are incapable of it happening. And you're still here because you yourself might not even realized it at the time, because this is all subconscious, believe that you were able to handle it too. And the only reason why there's fear that's blocking you from being able to trust this whole experience that you're meant to go through, because it's very essential to help you align and step into legacy of some kind of legacy that's written for you, if you accept it. Align with self-worth, like having a life that's aligned with the worth that, like, what you're worthy of, like what you deserve. I don't know if that makes sense. The only reason why the fear is there is because it's actually afraid of you poofing. I don't want to say the other word. Leaving, disappearing, not existing anymore. There's a really big fear of that. There's a really big fear of what could happen if you unlock that door. But there's this quote that's coming through that I fell in love with, that I actually heard like literally around the timing of when I first started my healing journey, like 6-7 years ago. Oh my God. I do not remember it fully, but basically it's about a person, 2 people, and I feel really called to share it. It's about these 2 people, and one of the people are trying to kind of encourage this other person to come to the edge of this cliff. And so basically the person's like, come to the edge, he said. And the other person says, I can't. It's too like, deep. It's too high. It's too steep. The other person says, come to the edge, he said. And then the other person says, I might fall. I can't do it. Come to the edge, they said. And so they came, and he fell, and he flied. And that was me very butchering it. There's a lot more depth to it, but there's this feeling here of you believing you don't think you have what it takes, but that's just your brain trying to protect you, because it's literally used to the familiar, even though this familiar is exhausting, draining, traumatizing, and literally beating you up. You know you don't deserve this, even if you don't want to admit it to yourself just yet. I can keep feeling like your higher self is here saying that they agree. Like they know you don't deserve this. They're waiting for you to listen to that. And I want to look up what this is, because I have no clue what this word means. So just give me 1 second, because there's got to be a reason why I felt called to place it here. So what does Kimura mean? Okay. So the word Camorra has a couple of related meanings. I'm using ChatGPT. It says Italian secret society. It's a powerful, notorious criminal organization originating in the region of Campania, especially in Naples, Italy. It is one of the oldest mafia-type organizations in Italy, predating even the Sicilian mafia. The Camorra engages in activities such as extortion, drug trafficking, counterfeiting, money laundering, and political corruption. Historically, the term Camorra could also refer more broadly to a gang, clique, or secret society, particularly those involved in illegal or underground activity. Oh, okay. I think that the Camorra comes through because it's adding even more emphasis of this fear. Like, this is something that's so heavily you've been blockading inside yourself because you don't want to, like, you just don't know what's going to happen, and the unknowing is what eats you alive. It's what eats your brain alive, because your brain, like I said, it thrives on our comfort zone. Please, I just wish that everyone knew this stuff. It's so important. Like brain science and understanding how much control we actually have. Pile number 3. If you don't know what I'm talking about, my heart just check out my YouTube channel, please. Check out my playlist. I have stuff on the brain. do it. It's worth it learning about your chronic stress response, because most of the time in this society, especially in this generation, my generation, generation before me, generation to come, bro, everyone is on chronic stress response because of all the stuff that we're constantly consuming in trauma. So it just feels like you are really heavily immersed in that energy, and it's not your fault. This is all subconscious. This is all your brain's doing, trying to just protect you, and it's like gripping onto you as tightly as it can.
But you have to release. That's the impasse here. That's what's blocking you from trusting in what you're here to do. Because this exact thing is what's leading you to your truth, to your destiny. And I don't really believe in like there's only a one all be all destiny, but this is the destiny that you can shape for yourself that you've always dreamt of. I'm picturing a little kid literally looking out the window, and they're like daydreaming about, oh, how my life would be like if only dot dot dot, or like they're picturing like this perfect setting and this feeling. They have like a feeling when they're picturing it, and the feeling that is there is something that is meant to happen for you. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's something you experienced. I don't know what it is specifically, but that is where source is trying to guide you right now. Okay. Let me just get one more card here before we move into this. So what's blocking pile number 3 from trusting what they are here to do? Okay. 2 cards. Back of the deck, cleanse. There is a cleansing that wants to happen, and it is trying to happen. Some of you guys might have just recently gone through a breakup too, is what I'm hearing, but that breakup was so essential, whether you wanted to, whether you embraced the breakup happening or not. Source is saying it was necessary. Next, okay, the cards that came out, sorry, not next up. We have caution. See, you're so protective. And then we have determination, but it actually came out in reverse. So yeah, like it just keeps confirming that same energy. And the pyramid, there's this pyramid shape. I saw another period. Whoa. Pyramid right here. Like Trinity, the Holy Trinity. What does that even mean? I forgot what the Trinity is. I'm seeing mind, body, and soul. Like there's a attempt of that trying to happen. What you're here to do is align all those things together. But you're so afraid of it. You're so disconnected from the truth of what you're here to do. You're so disconnected from your intuition. Maybe you've had trouble listening to your gut feelings in the past because of this fear. There's so much trauma here that your reality is getting filtered through. Your perception's getting filtered through. Your beliefs are getting filtered through. That it's really heavily distorting the reality. It's really heavily distorting what you are deserving of. Okay, so let's see where this block is playing out in your life, because we did get all this stuff. With the temporary situation and you will receive a gift, I didn't say that, sorry. This is because source is trying to like tell you this is what you're so paranoid about, but in reality, this is something that is not gonna last for your whole life. This is something that's gonna go like, it's gonna happen and it's gonna suck. I'm being honest. Trauma, uncovering and unraveling. Healing is not fun, okay? Anyone that says it, that it's fun, they're so bullshitting you. They're bullshitting. I'm just sorry. I'm gonna be straight up. They are bullshitting you. So with this, it's showing to us that this is where you're gonna gain it. You know, like that's literally what I've been saying. So you guys get it. You guys got it. All right. Let us continue. And I'm just gonna move these cards out of the way, and then we're gonna keep diving into this. What is it? Successful outcome to your problems. Yeah, see, like this card just fell out. Let me just put these back because I need to make space. Let me just reset. Okay, so where this block is playing out in your life, we were gonna do the Law of Attraction Tarot deck. Where is this block playing out in pile number 3's life? Where is this block playing out in pile number 3's life? Okay, we have 2 cards, and then this one,
This one and this one. Okay, we're done. So back of the deck, we have the death card. I love this for you because I'm looking up at my camera and I have the number 13 right there as well. So this does give me like this idea of emphasis, and it's also adding to fours. 444 might be of significance. Highly recommend that you write it down and look into the meaning of it after this reading is done. Wow, there is a transformation, a rebirthing happening, and where this block is playing out in your life, might be holding that blockage from, it might be holding this transformation back. Like it feels like you're literally in metamorphosis, and the more you try to fight it, this landed what, sideways? Okay, we're gonna keep it like that. The more you try to fight it, the more it feels like it's stalling, and it doesn't feel good. Like I can feel like your inner world doesn't feel nice. Like it feels like like icky. Like it doesn't feel nice to force something to stop. You have to flow with the river, not try to push it. Okay, this card feels, I do feel called to put this card, like, we're gonna trust. Okay, next card we have here is the Two of Cups. Two of Cups coming out twice. Wow. Okay, the Two of Cups came out earlier, and we had the Two of Cups coming out again, and I felt called with the Knight of Swords sideways to place the Two of Cups as so. I'm gonna do it like this so you guys can see, like, the number. Okay. Okay, there's a lot of things coming through mentally right now in my head, but I'm gonna hold space for this first. We're gonna reveal the cards and then we're gonna just dive into it. First up, we have the Four of Wands. Next up, we have the Four of Swords. Again, like I said, 444 may be of significance. We're getting fours. We have the Ace of Wands. Oh, wow. Okay, I think I'm understanding this too. And lastly, we have the Two of Wands. The way the Law of Attraction tarot, it's so different in comparison to traditional tarot, guys. It's crazy. Wow. Something is trying to be rebirthed, born inside of you right now. Pile number 3. I want to make that extremely, extremely clear. But here's the thing. Where this block is playing out in your life is your ability to trust in your gut, to trust in yourself, your love life, the people in your life too. It feels like there is some weird influencing energy around you that is heavily holding you back, and or maybe even this block is playing out in your life because there's a fear, there may be a fear of abandonment that you haven't dealt with, right? And that's from familial trauma. Like I said, it's hard for you to go past surface level exploring that stuff. And where this block is playing out in your life is your love life, because there is so much struggle in trying to find the right people, or not just love life, but social life. And it's because you get so hopeful, you get excited. It's either this, I'm hearing two different energies for you guys, pile number 3. You either get so hopeful and excited and you expect so much and you're like, oh my God, maybe they're great for me, whether it's like a friend or a lover, and then, or a worker, a coworker, something like that. And then you get your hopes up, they hurt you, and the cycle keeps repeating itself because you keep opening your heart up too quickly, and you're not like setting the proper boundaries there. Or the other thing I'm hearing is that this block is playing out in your social life because you are so protective of your time and your energy and your emotions that you are refusing to let anything or anyone in. This block is also playing out in the arena of passions. So what I mean by that, maybe there was a dream, maybe there was an endeavor that you wanted to go fulfill and do and pursue for yourself. But the thing here is, because there's so much lack of self-worth, there's so much lack of belief in oneself, that you still haven't made that decision just yet. Like you're still seesawing it, and you're avoiding it, you're stalling on it. There's this feeling of stagnancy here. I looked up at my camera and it was 11111. So, I do believe that is heavy, heavy confirmation. And not only that, but fours are all over the place in your reading, guys. Like, I kid you not, this is crazy. So remember I was talking about self-worth. It really feels like you want to get there, but this blockage is coming from within you mainly, right? Your brain. So it keeps you thinking that it's impossible, like it can't happen and ain't gonna happen, and it's trying to make you just accept your current reality right now and think that's all you can get, like that's the best you can do. But that's not the truth. So there is a de-shedding process that is meant to happen. And I do believe that you are in the midst of it or just started. It's beginning. Maybe this reading is commencing it for you. There's so many different levels you guys can be at because everyone is different while listening to this pile. However, it does seem like the same messages keep coming through and through again about this trauma, and it's really controlling you. It's filtering your current reality heavily, where you're not able to fully absorb the true opportunities at hand because you don't want to look at them. You don't feel like they're even there. Maybe even listening to this, you're going to thumbs down it just because this pisses you off. So that energy is very heavy that's coming through. There is a lot of anger here. Anger that I feel like is coming from an inner child or a shadow self. There's something here that wants to be uprooted, to be examined and validated and loved and given the attention that it always wanted from you, pile number 3. But the thing here that's blocking is yourself and your fears. This block is playing out, like I said, because you're not letting anything or anyone in, or you're letting in too many people out of avoidance. And this is all like connected dots vibes. Like, if you were letting too many people in and me sharing this is like, this doesn't make sense, how does it align? Dude, I'm telling you right now, this is all subconscious. Like, these things have a root source. There's a root source to everything that we do. That's a tendency, a self-sabotaging habit, something that we know doesn't like benefit us. There is a root source to it. The root source has a lot to do with this trauma. It's very, like, that keeps coming through in my head. Trauma, 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 trauma. Wow. Okay. Whew. Let us now take a look and see what the next aligned step to take is for you to, in order to begin trusting this for what you're here to do, pile number 3. So what is the next aligned step for pile number 3 to start trusting what they are here to do, Spirit? Oh, wow. Beautiful. Thank you. That was very quick. Back of the deck, we have agate, feminine, second chakra, air. Expressing your feelings. Expressing your feelings. Okay, this is where Source wants me to share. Guys, I want to let you know I am in the middle of, or I just recently launched a waiting list for people to sign up to stay connected to participate in healing circles, all inclusive, regardless of gender, regardless of your identity, your beliefs, whatever it is, guys, that you think is making you think you can't belong. You are welcome 100%, regardless of who you are, to join these circles and events and workshops that are going to be virtual. So anyone worldwide that is interested, highly recommend you guys check it out. It is in my mini site, aka my link tree, in the description box below. Please hit the link. You're going to find, it says like sign up for healing circles, gatherings, and events or whatever. When you scroll at the very top part of my link tree, and you're going to get more information there and just learn more when you it directs you to the Google form I created for it. I feel like you guys are needing support. I feel like you guys are needing a safe space to just have peer witnessing, like a group of people, a community to hold space for you to feel seen and loved and validated right now. It really feels like there is a need for that, especially for this healing to happen, because the nervous system, your nervous system in particular, pile number 3, keeps coming through like it is so extremely dysregulated that anxiety attacks might be very apparent for you guys, panic attacks, hyperventilating, this feeling of like having to constantly look over your shoulder. It kept coming through, especially at the very, very beginning before we even got the cards out on the table. So it really just feels like Source wanted me to share that to you and like offer a light, a resource, because remember, like, I'm not here, like when I'm trying to help others heal and stuff, I'm trying to hold space and show people that they were always meant to become their own inner healer. You are your own best healer. And that is something that gets unlocked over time. But maybe even surrounding yourself around that energy of healing nature, facilitating of deep healing can benefit you greatly. So I highly, highly, highly recommend to check it out. But let us keep going. It just felt like Source was like, do it, Bridget. Like, you need to do it. My name's Bridget. So I felt like that was really, really important. Before I read the meaning of this card, we are going to keep getting some more out here so we can see and put everything together. So what is the next aligned step for pile number 3 to start trusting what they are here to do? What's the next aligned step for pile number 3 to start trusting what they are here to do? Divine Helpers, Appreciation, back of the deck, Rest, and Holy Spirit. Wow. And that landed like this on top of the buffalo from my Shaman Wisdom deck. So we're going to read, don't worry, but it really feels like these messages are going to go hand in hand with each other. So I'm pairing them. And then the last deck that I feel called to shuffle for this question: what is the next aligned step for pile number 3 to start trusting what they are here to do? Oh, okay. This landed directly on the 4 of Wands. Back of the deck is Creator, Fire. Yes, go on the move. Speed, masculinity, flow. I literally was using, did I say fire? Yeah, I said it was like fire spreading. Oh, wow. Creator, Fire. That's trippy. And then the triangle coming through. That's trippy. Okay. Trippy. Sorry. We have integrate your knowing with the number 9. Yes, you already know that this is what you deserve. Okay, let us read first the Buffalo card. So it is number 14. I'm gonna go up into the camera so you guys can read it with me. All right. So, I am Buffalo. I am giveaway. I am the blending of Mother Earth, nurturing, and Father Sky wisdom. I am patient, determined, consistent, and constant. Step by step, I can always be depended on. I am strength of purpose and practicality itself. My brothers, the, in quotes, human beings, use every part of my body with no waste. I embody utility, abundance, and limitless provision. I am giveaway. If I have plotted into your cards today, I am here to help you blend the grounding of Mother Earth and the animation and vigor of Father Sky. I may be telling you to look at the movement in your life at this time, to examine your ambition and energy. Ask yourself, what drives me? I may also remind you of the sacrifices it takes to make it. Utilize all of the resources at hand. Waste nothing. As I give away to you today, I hand over new understanding of your source and supply given to us by the Great Spirit. I am dependable. Number 20 is reminding me of the Judgment card in Tarot. I loved the meaning of the buffalo medicine of this card because it really does bring emphasis to the idea that you literally have everything you need inside of you to make this happen. And it all started with you, and it starts with you, and it ends with you because you're the one that is creating your reality as we speak. So there is this feeling of Source reminding you that you're not alone. You've never been alone. That's why probably 444 kept coming through, because you are so divinely protected and supported and loved. And regardless of the decision you make moving forward, even though that choice, that feeling of pressure might have been there at the beginning of this reading, there is this feeling of so much unconditional love for you. And Source is going to keep trying to help you see and open your eyes to the bigger picture of things. So whether or not you decide to move forward or keep doing things the same way, Source is going to give you another opportunity after this. Like, this isn't the last time that you can make this decision. But, you know, sooner is always better rather than later, because Source really doesn't want to see you suffering anymore. Let me see why these two cards wanted to be paired, though. So let's read the Appreciation Divine Helpers from my Ask Your Guides deck. It's page number 40. So let's get there. Okay. Wow. I'm not making this up. That's why I said that. I told you, sources asking me to share the community thing with you guys, like the sign up thing. Look, that's crazy. Family, collective, society, community. Now is an important time to contemplate your place in the world. Pay attention to your influence on others and note that you're a part of a big community. Recognize your interactions with those around you and respect the fact that no matter how well you may succeed on your own, you must still depend on others in a myriad of ways for your comfort and security. You're aware of this every time you switch on a light and enjoy instant electricity. Ooh, that's beautiful. Or turn on a faucet and have clean drinking water at your disposal. Your divine helpers are present to remind you to appreciate your fellow human beings and take nothing for granted. Recognize your need for others and the unspoken gifts they share with you. Move beyond your self-interest right now and participate in a common effort. Ask yourself how you might contribute to the greater good. Your divine helper's message: be responsible for your part in the great scheme of things. Oh my God. And now I know. Okay. I always tell people, like when they say, why did you do this? Why did you start at Hymns of Heals? Why did you start creating healing one-on-one? I'm a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. If you guys are new and you guys didn't know this when visiting this video. And I tell them the same thing. This is my mission. It's because it's healed people who help heal this world. And I believe with my entire heart and soul and whole being that it is our sacred responsibility to heal ourselves so we can create that ripple effect in time with the world. It is of the greater good of humanity for us to do the healing work. And the next in line step is for you to begin acknowledging that. There is something here that you've been denying, that you've been not wanting to look at. Again, like I said, some of you guys may be so angry at me because you don't want to hear it. But I do not care. I am here to help you guys grow. I am here to help you guys look at the things that it is too hard to look at on your own. Hence why I do pick a card readings for topics like these, because I know these are hard things to face. But if you're still here and you are still listening, then there is a reason. You know that your soul is trying to ask you to keep listening. There is a reason. Now it's time to reflect on that. Please, I'm going to say it again. I invite you, do not hesitate. There's absolutely no judgment in this community and who I am as a person. Literally, like I said, I'm a freaking trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I would love for you guys to leave comments down below, and I'm here to support you if you need that support right now. So I feel like that's a really big notion to remember the reasoning behind this. It's not even just what you want and that you're stalling, but you're also not going to help those people around you. Maybe your social circle suffers with their own trauma. Maybe the person that is that toxic cycle energy I kept sensing earlier, maybe that person has their own crap. And like you not dealing with your own crap is making them not deal with their own crap. And because like the best way to help someone that doesn't even want to get help is to be a role model, to be the best version of yourself you possibly can each and every day. Embody the most healed version of yourself and just see that can slowly, because we all are mirrors of each other. We act like mirrors. In time, you're going to influence those people. You're going to show people that it's better to be in the most healed state than the most wounded, than to keep doing things the same way. But then at the end of the day, you can't force someone to grow at the pace at which you're growing too. So it's all about finding a nice harmony between that and showing up, encouraging others just by being the healed version versus like holding space for people to fall apart when necessary, to not do the work, because that's called life. You know, there's going to be things that get in the way, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It doesn't mean that you can't find 10 minutes each day to do some self-reflection. It doesn't mean that you can't find time to do a healing circle virtually, hence my stuff, once every 2 weeks or every month, you know, to show up for yourself, to feel connected to something that you know is a bigger cause than anything that our own personal needs could do. I don't know if that makes sense. So, you know, being part of that type of ripple effect, showing up for this world, and that also means in turn you're going to show up for yourself too. So that was really heavy, but that is really, I'm being so straight up, guys. Like, I don't want you guys to think I'm trying to like promote myself, but look at the cards. Look at the meanings here. It's crazy. I'm gonna even, just to show you, we're gonna see, okay? I said that was my last deck I was gonna shuffle. I got my Ancestor Spirit Oracle cards here. Let's see what comes out, okay? What is the next aligned step for pile number 3 in order to start trusting what they are here to do? What is the next aligned step for pile number 3 to start trusting what they are here to do? Okay, let's see. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have earth magic. We have nature rituals and charms. So rituals, touching, doing things, physically showing up in some way, shape, or form is coming through. So grounding, root chakra energy. And then we have find your voice, express yourself, open up, and sing out. And I kept saying that. This agate, remember, feminine second chakra is sacral chakra, air is about speaking, okay? There's a lot of things that are on your mind that you are afraid to speak out into existence. And I think that's why that circle thing kept coming through, because you are literally being called to do that. And if that is something that doesn't resonate with you, maybe you don't feel ready. Maybe that's a level of commitment that maybe is just feels like a little bit too much for you. The other things that you can do, guys, pile number 3, journal, write, just like word vomit. Like ask yourself, like you could do like a prompt at the top of a paper and say, what is holding me back right now? Just put that as a question. See where your brain takes you. See if your brain just starts, like the pen just starts writing on its own. Because sometimes with trauma, especially, our brain has a lot of emotional memory. And our emotional memory has residual, it has residual effect. It takes a lot of residual, it leaks its energy into everything we do when we don't hold space for those memories moving forward. Like uproot them, examine them, this and that. So they start taking more control over our lives. And I always tell people, the more that we run away from the things that scare us, the more we become them without even realizing it. And in reality, you're meant to face them, turn around and let yourself look at the shadows, not let the shadow chase you, or else it'll swallow you whole. And so I really feel like that's something that wanted to come through, because maybe that's something that's been happening. Maybe you feel like there is a darkness swallowing you whole right now and you don't understand why. You're trying to ignore it. You're trying to avoid it. Maybe there's really unhealthy self-sabotaging tendencies. Maybe there's drinking involved. There's things that you do to not deal with this stuff, but you know that it's not serving you. And I just keep feeling like you're meant to find, like, remember I kept saying what you're here to do has to do with self-worth. Like, what you put in your body, is it worthy of you? What you do with your body, is it worthy of that? Like, this and that, there's a lot of that coming through. What is this card? Yes, and at the end, there was a card just sitting there on its own. It says, have courage, strength, fearlessness, warrior. So I really feel like this is a final message from Source too. Just telling you, like, you need to have courage right now to understand that all these things are happening because it's meant to. This is your time. This is your initiation. But it's only if you give permission for it to be that for you. You have to believe it, or else it just is going to be another stupid message you found on the internet. Does that make sense? Believe that this is meant for you, because it is. But I can't be the one to tell you that. You have to be the one to tell yourself that. All right. Now, to finish up your reading, my beautiful, beautiful souls, pile number 3, we're going to get some final messages from Source, pulling out some papers here. And we're also going to be getting a card out for my Wild Offerings deck and just see what Source wants you to offer out to them in this moment. So you can, once you get the card and we reveal it, I highly recommend that you guys write this down, whatever comes through, and maybe use it as a way to practice writing down, to practice releasing, maybe on a full moon or a new moon or whatever resonates. But it just feels like whatever's going to come through is going to be something that, if you write it down, might help. I don't know why Source just told me to tell you that. So final messages for pile number 3. Oh, no. Okay, come out, guys. Final messages for pile number 3. Interesting. We have 2. I wasn't expecting that. And I thought the card was going to fall out, but I think that there is a lot of, again, stubbornness, this need to like protect yourself. Let's see what the cards say. Actually, let's get the papers out first. So final messages for pile number 2.
All right. So what, we have like 6, I think? Okay, let's read. Direction. Lord, or source, spirit, whatever, applied, like put what you believe in, what makes you most comfortable here. I'll say source because source makes me more comfortable. Source, please show me the right action right now. Please bring a sign and a miracle that gives clear direction. May I hear the promptings of my own body. And if for some reason I'm about to head the wrong way, please, in all caps, stop me. The final card we got for you, beautiful souls, is, intention. Intention is simply allowing the will and the mind to align and move in harmony. May I always focus on the highest. My intention is that all God's wishes for me come true. Oh, I love this for you because the intention that is so deeply embedded in this reading was about you healing so you can align with the legacy that was always meant for you, my love. Oh, my heart. And the wings of the butterfly are reminding me of this agate. And so I really, look, like literally, I'm not making it up. That is crazy alignment, guys. I think this is Source's message for me to make the meaning of this card. We'll read it, the booklet together before we get your papers out. One of the final messages here that Source wants you to embody. So let's just get the booklet out. That's crazy. That has never happened in any reading before for final messages. So this is something that I think Source wants to put emphasis on. Whatever's going to come through in this agate, feminine, second chakra, air, shaman wisdom card, we're going to find out and read it together. But this is something that I think Source wants you to take away even after this reading is complete and body. Okay. I am agate. I am stimulation of all the senses. It is a time to spark interest in all directions: love, relationships, creativity, and abundance. Open yourself up to community. Oh my God. And group work. Dude, I'm tripping out. Recognition for your accomplishments is assured. Be courageous and brave. I give you increased strength, protection, stability, and support for growth and balance. You must adapt to the situation and communicate the word is even coming out, intentions. I restore sleep and create pleasant dreams. I am discernment. Be discerning with yourself right now to know what is best for you at this moment. That is what you are here to do, and this is what's going to help you go to where you're destined for. Pile number 3. Now let's finish it up with these paper messages from Source. First one we have. This is 8th house energy. Big endings, deeper truths. Noticing, oh my God. This is so true. Literally things I've said are on this. Like, what the F? Okay. I love when these papers are just like, okay, like let's resonate so perfectly with exactly everything we just had to do. Like, dude, I've never had a moment with these papers where it like doesn't prove me wrong. It doesn't astound me is what I'm trying to say. This is 8th house energy. Big endings, deeper truths, nothing surface level. If it feels intense, it's supposed to. You've done enough learning. Now it's time to embody. You don't need one more card pull. You need stillness and presence. Trust that the knowing is already inside you. Yes, and that's why integrate your knowing was coming out. I'm going to repeat this one more time. You've done enough learning. Now it's time to embody. You do not need one more card pull. You need stillness and presence. Trust that the knowing is already inside you. This is 6th house shadow. You're addicted to fixing because being still makes you feel useless. Whoa. This is 6th house shadow. You're addicted to fixing because being still makes you feel useless. By the way, when it's mentioning houses, it's mentioning house placements of astrology. Just wanted to make that clear in case you didn't know what that meant. Okay. Oh, wow. Your North Node is speaking. What are you afraid to become? Maybe this is a prompt that you should definitely journal on, because this one, oh, this gives me goosebumps. Your North Node is speaking. What are you afraid to become? Second to last one, my beautiful souls. Your purpose isn't a job title. It's how you exist when you're not self-abandoning. Your purpose isn't a job title. It's how you exist when you are not self-abandoning. Self-worth. That's crazy. And these are papers that I haven't received in any of my piles yet. So that is any of my videos that I've done here on YouTube yet. So that's really trippy that you guys are you guys are the special ones receiving these. Okay, let's see. Final one, last but not least. Your path doesn't need to be impressive. It needs to be real. Your path doesn't need to be impressive. It needs to be real. Wow. Well, pile number 3. This was your reading. And if you're not as astounded as I am in how everything literally just did the most potent specific message possible in terms of what's been blocking you from trusting your purpose, like that, I don't know. I'd be surprised, honestly, because this was so tailored, I think, to you guys, and it just has so much healing medicine and words to say. I just feel like so blessed to have done this reading for you. Like, there's no other words. I just feel so speechless right now. Considering everything that came out at the end, like the final messages from Source, it just feels like there's still so much to unpack here. And that's your own personal healing journey. So, really, I think that's all I can say. And so if this reading did resonate, please give it a thumbs up, because every little engagement thing that you do really does help support my channel, help support pushing out this content, this healing content to people that might be needing it most right now. Feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm trying to build a community of like-minded individuals that are here and ready to heal and grow and step into the most healed versions of themselves. And I feel like healing is already lonely as it is, but in reality, I really believe that we shouldn't have to go through it alone. So, again, please check out that link in the description box down below if you do feel called, if you feel like this is your time to start stepping into that. And if not, that is absolutely okay too. Just stay along for the ride and the YouTube journey and our community there. Regardless of where you go, I really hope this reading helped you gain the clarity that you need moving forward. And with that being said, I send you so much unconditional love, so much unconditional light, truth, and blessings your way. Hopefully I'll see you in my other readings to come. Bye.